All right, welcome everybody. We are live. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you guys find me out there, hit those hearts, smash those hearts, champions. Let's get some hearts going here. Say hello in the chat so I know you're out there. Otherwise, I'm just sitting here talking to myself, right? Everybody pop in, say something in the chat because I don't see the chat. I'm gonna say something in the chat. There's somebody in the chat. How you doing? There's my wife Brooke. Welcome. Okay. All right, so share this out. I can't share this out, so everybody share this out. Do something. Let's get some people in here. Hit those hearts so we can get some people in here, and then we'll start asking questions. You guys have questions, we'll start answering questions. I like that picture. That's not bad. Welcome. Well, Merlin and Maeve popped in, popped out. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Everybody on the planet's alive doing readings right now, it seems. Everybody's out there doing card reads, right? Doing card reads. I don't need cards. I just do a read. Everybody's out there saying what's going on with their card read. Can I have my love? Am I going to go to Baltimore next week? Should I marry that guy? You guys need to figure your stuff out. Stop acting like children. I don't know what to tell you. Thank you. Yes, encourage people, says. Encourage more viewers to share. Everybody share this out. Pop in and say hello. Share this out to people. It takes a while for people to start finding you. I've noticed that when you go live, unless you have go live at a certain time where people know that you're going to be live. It takes them a minute as they're swiping through to pop in and say hello. Merlin and Maeve and Brooke. I got two people in the audience. I don't even know where the audience count is. There it is. It's up in a weird place over in the corner, right? Good. Live shared with more than 10 friends. Good. Can I share the live? I don't even know if I can share it. I'd like to see if I can share it out. It's weird, right? What does this say? I can share my live. Okay, let's see how I can share it. I'm hitting the button. I can share it on Facebook. I can share it to Peter, and I can share it to some people here. Let's share it to some people and get some people in here. Right? Let's see if the commander's on too. Send it. All right, let's see if we can get some people in here live, and I'm going to share it on like Facebook too. If it'll open up the screen. This thing's always slow motion. Found that this app is in slow motion for some reason. There it is. Now it's coming up. Let's share this out to Facebook. Oh, and then it opens up a window for Facebook over here, doesn't it? Welcome everybody. I'm live on TikTok. What do you know? Share. Is that going to stay open over here when I do get done with that? I bet it is. Let's get some people in here. Okay. Now Facebook is open. How about we close that? I don't need that to stay open. There we go. Okay. I shared it with Peter. I shared it with Eddie, and I shared it with Dave. Let's see if we can get some people to come in here. And the camera was changing because of the light. Yeah, I don't know if I like my glasses. Yeah, it's going. Is it me moving and making that happen? I don't know. Welcome everybody. Share this out. Share this out. I am here to answer your questions. I am channeling Archangel Samael. There's a picture on your screen. Oh, that way. On your screen right there. I'm not sure where it is on the other layout, right? I don't know if I have both layouts up, but it is there, right? Yeah, so it is live. I shared it on Facebook. I probably should have shared other places on Facebook as well. Go over there on Facebook and share it out to other places for me. I should have left that open and did it. I didn't do that. Let me see if I can share it to other places on Facebook. These things so slow-mo. You know what, let's see who else I can share it to here. See who else is on. What's everybody doing today? Right? Where's everybody at? Let's get some people in here. Right? I should have went shared it over to Facebook again. Let's see if I can do that. If you pop in, say hello. Otherwise, if you don't pop in, then I don't know that you're here. I just see numbers. Share it in public. What if I change that to somebody else? Friends. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Okay, we'll just cancel that. That's annoying. We'll cancel that too, but I can leave that open. All right. And then I have a window open here over here that I don't need to have open over here. Some people pop in and ask some questions. Let me go over here and I'm going to share it out from Facebook that I'm live on TikTok right now. Where am I at here? What's that? Okay. So let me get over here and turn that off. That's annoying. It's in the way anyways. Okay. So what is everybody up to today? Say hello if you pop in the chat. Ask me questions. That is what I'm here for. I'm channeling Samael. There's a picture of Samael right there. You guys can take a look. It's kind of a good picture. I kind of like it. Right, there's other pictures. My wife picked out another picture as well, and it was one with white wings. Right? It was kind of cool. I was kind of okay with that, right? Yeah, ask some questions in the chat. You pop in, ask some questions. Otherwise, I don't even know that you're here. You guys are probably popping in and out over there, but I don't know whether you are or not, right? Unless you say something. Ask me questions. That is what I'm here for, right? There's somebody that popped in. Diamond Point popped in for a second to take a look. What's up, brother? Say something. Did you take off? Did you pop in and take off? That's fine. I like that when people pop in. At least they're going to take a look, right? So there's a picture of Samael. Who is Samael? Who's Archangel Samael? You guys might want to ask yourself that question. Some people say that Archangel Samael doesn't even exist, right? Because the Christians aren't sure they like him. But the Arabs, they like Samael, don't they? Isn't that different? So the Eastern Orthodox Church and the people over in the Middle East, they know who Samael is. They're the ones that'll tell you that Samael is the angel of death. Christians don't want you thinking about that, but they want you thinking about that, right? So if you pop in and ask me a question, figure out what's going on here. Let's answer some questions. Otherwise, I'm just going to start talking, right? Brooke says, I know who Samael is. You do know who Samael is. I should bring you in here and let you talk about Samael. You know who Samael is. You've seen Samael. Bunch of people popping in. Pop in and say hello. Ask me questions. It's what I'm here for. Do you want answers to some of your spiritual questions? Do you want to know what's going on in the universe? Do you want to know who Samael is? Do you want to know what the world is about? Do you want to know if these religions are right or wrong or what the hell they're doing? Maybe you should actually talk to an angel and figure that out. There are a bunch of people running around TikTok claiming to be angels and archangels who I know for a fact are neither archangel or an angel. But there's people making up angel names and claiming to be an angel, and they just add an L at the end of the name and they try to say that they're an archangel. Right? So what if I was Scruffiel, right? I could just make that up. I am Scruffiel, Archangel Scruffiel. I am Archangel Puffiel, Puff Daddy, Puff DDL, Archangel. What is that? People just making shit up these days. It's kind of insane. What is with all the handles? Why is it that nobody wants to go by their real name on TikTok? What's that about? Everybody's got a handle. Maybe I should just start putting down Archangel Raphael, Archangel Samael. I'll change it every other day. What do you guys think about that? No, that wouldn't be nice. That wouldn't be right. Right? So ask me some questions and I will tell you no lies. What are you guys up to? What are you guys about? What are you guys thinking? That's a question. Somebody answer that question. What are you thinking today? What are you doing right now with your life? What are you doing? Do you know what you're doing? Do you care what you're doing? You're on TikTok. What are you doing? Julie, what are you doing? What are you doing today on TikTok? Are you just swiping, just running by, looking for something that looks interesting to you? An archangel doesn't look interesting to you? What's the deal with that? Right? If you're sitting in there and you're listening to me say something, hit some of those hearts, right? Hit those hearts. Get the hearts up. Whack those hearts. Whack them all on the hearts, guys. Get some gifts going here, because then what does that do? Doesn't that expand? Isn't that the way the slave master works on this platform? You have to hit the buttons so that you can expand your audience, so that you can get more people here. Isn't that how they control you? Hit those buttons. Hit those buttons. Say hello. Say something. Ask a question. Don't be afraid. What are you afraid of? It's just Archangel Samael. Do you know who that is? Right? What are you afraid of? There's some people popping in. Who's that? Hey, Sky, say hello. Did you run away? Everybody's popping in. You guys are popping in, but you're not staying. What's going on with that? You pop in and you take off. What are you afraid of? You afraid of an archangel? Is that what's going on? Probably don't even think they exist, right? I'm not Christian. I don't believe in archangels. You don't need to be Christian to believe in archangels. As a matter of fact, 8 of the top 10 religions on this earth believe in archangels. So it has nothing to do with Christianity. Because if you look at the Christianity pantheon, Samael's not even on it. There's a couple that are not on it. And let me think Ariel is on it. According to the Christians or the Jews, the Hebrews, I think there's only 7 archangels. That's wrong. It's a lot more than that. I'll tell you for free. Who's that user 4681? You should have used like pi or something, bro. That would have been better, right? So at least you can say I'm user 3.1459, right? That would have been pretty badass. I'm going to have to remember that and create a new account and call myself user 3.145. I'm going to use 0.168. How about that? That would be kind of cool, right? Who's that? Is that Ruru? Is that how you say that? What was that? How do you say that name? Ruru. What are these handles? What do they mean? I want to ask that question. The next person that pops in, right? If you're in here and you got a handle, pop in just for a second and tell me why you created that handle instead of using your actual name. Right? Is that like a thing where you just, you hide behind a troll handle, or you just, it's like a tattoo, right? It means something to you, and it doesn't, because some of them are really cool. Some of them I like. Some of them I've read and I went, that's a good name, man. Ruru, not so sure about. User 46857, that's like weird, right? Unless it was Finn's number from Star Wars. Do you remember what his number was? I don't remember what his number was. That could have been the case, right? I don't remember the number that Finn used, but he was FN and then a number designation, and then what's his name said, no, I'll just call you Finn, right? There's another one. What's that one? Right? I have to put my glasses on for that because these eyes don't see very well. So what are you guys up to? What are you guys doing? Somebody say something to me. Somebody just, what are you guys just gonna sit there, right? That's what people do. Weird. I ought to just sit here and stare at the camera and do nothing. Maybe I should play music. That's what some people do. They just play music. I'm here to answer questions. I'm here to have adult conversations. Maybe you guys are not interested in that. You're just gonna flick by because you're brain dead and you're gonna run off and not say anything, right? Oh, thank you for that. See that camera? You don't get to see all of that because I have that camera pulled up in a way, so that won't come through completely. But if I put my head up all the way, you won't even see it. Thank you for that, by the way. Right, I know. It's feeling. I'm in that mood. I'm in the mood because I'm going all over TikTok and I'm seeing all these people, and they're putting down that they're archangels and their names that don't even actually exist. Now, granted, there are archangels on other worlds that exist that are not here on this world. I was going to say on this. I don't know what language was coming through just then, but it wasn't English. So there are archangels. Let me say it again. There are archangels whose names you don't know on this earth. I will give you that. But some of these people that are claiming to be archangels are choosing names that are nowhere near an archangel, right? Some people are claiming the names and they are archangels, and that's okay, right? But there's some people that are just making shit up. That's just strange, right? I'm waiting for Rufiel, right? Rufiel, or I don't know, what would be a good one? Lemonel. That would be a good archangel name, don't you think? No. That's my point, right? So at least see, there's somebody, Mark Richardson. There's someone, I like it. There's someone that just used their name, unless that's not your name, but at least you're using a name from a person instead of using some handle. So that's kind of cool. You're not afraid to let people know who you are. I'm all right with that. So ask me some questions, people, if you guys want to know some answers. Here's the perfect opportunity. I didn't advertise that I was going to come in here and channel Archangel Samael, but we decided to do it. So here it is, right? So you guys should take advantage. Samael saying nobody's going to ask any questions because they're all afraid. They all see that picture and they all go, I don't know who that is, but I do know that I don't want to answer any questions from that guy. Maybe I should have wore a black shirt too instead of a red shirt, right? So if I would have wore a black shirt, Samael likes, I should have wore a gold shirt. He likes actual sparkle and like bright things, gold and things like that. So that picture of him is not exact, but when he's in his death mode, the angel of death mode, he looks a lot like that. So that's when people will see him that way in that aspect, right? So he's thinking, he's laughing about that, right? He says, "Yeah, I like the black wings when I'm in that aspect, but they're more fun when I'm in that aspect only, because then you don't know that it's him. You don't even know that it's me," he says. So let's see if anybody wants to ask questions. Someone ask a question, right? Everybody's just popping in. See, that's the thing. Everybody's scanning and they're waiting and they're all like, "There's got to be somebody who's going to do a reading for me. I'll do a read for you if you want. There's got to be somebody who's going to do a card read for me. There's someone on here. What are they talking about? Aliens, aliens, aliens. What are they talking about?" Yeah, I'm in one of those moods today. I don't know why. I'm just annoyed because people are on TikTok and they're all doing card reads, and most of them are. Then there's people that are just hanging out, man. There's people that are watching TV. There was a dude that was 500 pounds eating a pizza, and he was going to do a critique of the pizza. And I was like, really? There was another dude that was listening to music, and he was just chilling. And people were just sitting on his show, just chilling, right? That's bizarre when people do stuff like that. I don't know what's going on with that. What is that? Pocket what? Pocket what? What was that? I don't know what that was. That was some craziness, right? So what is Brooke saying, right? I hear that Archangel Samael is sometimes golden and skinny, and other times he's the angel of death, right? Yeah, sometimes depending on the skinny part, I don't know about, but sometimes sometimes yeah, because I like gold. So sometimes I wear gold and silver, depending on the mood that I'm in. The image that I have here that's on the screen right now is the death image. That's the Archangel of Death image that I have when I'm death. When you die, that's what you're going to see. You're not going to see golden armor from Samael. You're going to see that. You're not going to see my face, but know that it is I. It is Samael, who you will see when you die. That is the last thing that you see, that you recognize, is that, and then I take you where you're supposed to go. Right, shiny. Is that what that said? Shiny. See, it looks like it says skinny. I don't have my glasses on. I think it says skinny. Right. That's funny. Was that Bonji? Is that what that was? Bonji, beautiful soul. There you go. Right. There's Raven. What are you doing? Raven, get some people in here. Today I'm actually channeling Samael. And you can see Samael there the other way. Camera's reversed. Samael right there, and the angel of death guys. So I'm kind of in that mood. That's why I said, if I'm going to be talking to the crowd, it's Raven. I know, I see that. I just looked up and saw that was Raven. So if I'm going to be talking, if Samael is going to come through, Samael is going to come through as the angel of death, not just the archangel. So I decided that that was what was going to happen. So I'm here, ask questions. I like Raven. Raven's dark. Those wings look like raven wings, don't they? Right? That's the angel of death. I love ravens. Ravens are good, but they're not death. But people associate them because of their blackness, right? Because they're so black. But if you look closely at ravens, they reflect the light in a rainbow color. So it's kind of cool. They don't always do. It's just the angle of the reflection. It's kind of cool when you look at them, that comes through as a rainbow color. So some people think that ravens have a rainbow color and you can't see it. They're black, but they have a reflective nature to them because they're waterproof, right? So they have a reflective nature to the color itself because of the wings themselves. So from a certain angle, they'll come through and you'll see them as different colors, or the full rainbow, like you would raindrops when you have the sunlight behind them. So what is everybody up to? Somebody needs to ask a question. What is everybody up to today? Right? Yeah, I'm in one of those moods, right? I know, right? Brooke says she likes when I channel Samael, especially the angel of death part of Samael, because he's a little bit more aggressive and no nonsense, and he says things that are on his mind. So when I'm channeling him, I have to be careful, but he does say what's on his mind. He's not arrogant, but he's very. You don't want to ask a question from Samael that you don't want answered because you're going to get an answer, and sometimes you're not going to get the answer you want. You're going to get the answer that you need, and so you got to be careful when you ask certain questions, right? So Raven, send this off to somebody, get some people in here, right? Blunt truth, absolutely, right? There's no reason to not be, and people don't like that when I'm channeling Samael. They're like, wow, he's just, yeah, I'm not bombastic. I'm not one of those guys. I'm just as a matter of fact. And if you ask me a question, I'm going to answer it, right? If you ask me a question, there's AI Comedy Bar. What's up, Comedy Bar? Ask me a question, brother, right? Ask Samael what he thinks of my journey. Tell him to be as upfront as possible. Depends on the journey you're talking about, right? The journey of life, your journey of life, has been just as tough as everybody's has. Are you talking about your journey of life, or are you talking about your journey as you're doing your comedy, right? I love your comedy. Your comedy is funny, right? And that's kind of cool. But your journey of life, everybody's journey of life, what do you have a question? Your spiritual journey, that's even better. I like your spiritual journey. You're actually paying attention to what's going on. You're actually in the know. Your spiritual journey is serving you well. You should be doing more of that. I saw that you added some of that into your comedy. That's funny. I like it. I like that. So your spiritual journey is doing well, and I like where you are because you're expanding your consciousness in a way that people are supposed to be expanding their consciousness. They're supposed to be getting those downloads that everybody talks about. So you're supposed to be looking up. If you're just looking at the place that you're at, you're going to stay here, right? Everybody always wants to know these. Everyone wants to meet an archangel, but then when they meet an archangel, the first thing they do is get like afraid and don't want to ask questions. It's weird that people do that when they should just talk to the angels. But they bring us in when they're scared. All of a sudden, they're like, "Oh, I need my archangel. Please protect me." How about I need my archangel to tell me what the fuck am I doing? Right? Am I doing anything right? Am I doing anything wrong? Instead of just calling us when you need us, stand up and learn how to defend yourself. Right? So, Comedy Bar, you're doing good. Right? Yeah. Follow Merlin and Maeve for Leo and Brooks' business. That's our business, guys. So follow that one. Right? So yeah, I'm in that mood. When I said I was gonna bring in Samael and talk through and let Samael talk, my wife brought up. She's in the audience. She brought up two pictures, and one was in with white wings in silver armor, and then this was the other one. And Samael was like, "There's where I am today. Today I'm the angel of death. Let me talk to these people." Right? Some people are going to get annoyed and probably run. Thank you for sharing the live. So yeah, no, Comedy Bar, you're doing good. So don't waver on that. You're doing just fine, right? You're even integrating it in your comedy, and you're showing it to people, and you're making it funny. That's good. That's rare. Like George Carlin, God rest him, right? Brought him up here a few years back. George Carlin is what was a funny. I'm saying is a funny man because he's here, but was a funny man. Another one was that Lenny Bruce from the United States in the 1960s, 1960s. He was funny as well, comedy and talking about politics. So that was actually really cool, right? So yeah, no, you're doing good. You're when I'm paying attention because when you were talking on Leonard's live when he was channeling Kelto, you were on his live and saying the things that you were saying last week. When was that? What is today? Today is Sunday here. I'm in Australia. Today is Sunday, so it was last week. I think it was Sunday. I don't remember exactly the date, but yeah, I got that you were doing some good stuff. So keep on that path. Keep doing what you're doing, whatever it is. Obviously, you're not going to church. Obviously, you're doing the right thing. You might be going to church, but you're also extracurricular, looking up things and studying things from different places around the world, which is what you need to do, right? You need to do that. You need to augment that. Because if you just stay linear and you stay blinders on and you go with one of these religions, you're just going to get stuck in that religion, and they're going to teach you how to obey. They're going to teach you how to be a good little lapdog and come in and sit down and swipe your card because I haven't been to church in a long time and didn't realize that they do that. Right? When you go in there now, you wand your card over from the back of the chair or the back of the pew or something. to pay for things. So now you don't even have to bring cash. You just go bleep, 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 and everybody's paying money. So they just need your cash. That's why they want your asses in the seats. You should be going outside of church and you should be looking at spirituality, right? Okay, so sorry about that. Let me see what I got here. I'm taking a drink over here. Yeah, I think angels are universal to all humans. Yes. Thank you for that. It's annoying, right? The Christians don't believe I even exist, but they believe in the angel of death. So who the hell do they think the angel of death is, right? They don't have a name for the angel of death. Samael, right? I do a lot of work. I do different things. I'm fighting against the whole balance thing, keeping God's will in balance around the world, and I'm also bringing the souls, collecting the souls, and bringing them up there. And the Christians are like, Samael doesn't exist, right? But who's the archangel that does that for them? I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to. But you know, so if you look, there's a different pantheon depending on the religion. They have a different set of who they believe is archangels, and they're all right. All those archangels are archangels, but the problem is that some of them are like, those ones don't exist. Like, my religion's better than that religion anyway, so you need to ignore them because we're the number one religion. You guys need to look at that stuff in a different way. And I like people that are doing that, right? All right. So what does this say? Like, there's isn't that Kale, right? Hey, mate, I finally made it to one of your lives, right? What's up, brother? And you caught me right when I'm channeling Angel of Death, Samael. I'm not even on the Samael Archangel Good Guy channel. I'm on the channel with the Archangel Samael. Said I'm coming through as the Angel of Death. So you're getting the Angel of Death to talk to, brother. Share this out. Ask questions. Welcome, by the way. That's Kale right there that just popped in, right? He's over here on the screen this way. I don't know where your guys is on the screen. That's Kale over there. You guys should listen to what Kale's saying. He's another one that's on a really good spiritual path, right? So yeah, thank you, brother. Yeah, so right, yeah, the angel of death. Yeah, follow Kale, right? See that in the chat over there, wherever the chat is on your screen, depending on which app you're on, right? Look in the chat wherever that is. So I channel a lot of people. When I do, I don't always do it live, and I started channeling Kelto live, and today I was going to come live and just be me and talk again about spirituality like I did, because I was live yesterday, and I was just talking about, I finished the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, who I channeled live a month and a half, almost 2 months ago now. I channeled Thoth live, and then I was channeling Kelto, and I said, you know what, I should channel Samael. My wife said, go for it. And I was like, oh, Samael wants to be the angel of death. He's in a mood. I was already in a kind of a mood, and I think that's why he jumped on it. So you should hear what's in my head. He's in a mood. He's not annoying, but he's in a mood where he's just aggressive, and he's going to ask me a question. In fact, he blurted that out earlier. Ask me a question, I will tell you no lies. He stole that right off the line from here on the planet, right? So, yeah, and so if you guys have any questions, it was weird. Now, here's me, Leonard, when I was, how old was I? I think I was 11. I might have been younger, and I was out playing with a kid in a field, and we had a golf club and a golf ball, and we were hitting it. And if you look at my head, I don't know if you can see it on camera, I have a scar that goes right from here all the way over to my temple, right across my head. My buddy was swinging, and his follow-through swing, the golf club hit me right here in the head, right? So does he have messages? Yeah, he's already been sharing some messages, right? So messages, you guys need to be paying attention to what's going on. You need to stop screwing around, acting like children. You guys need to start paying attention to spirituality, unless you don't give a shit about that, and then you're in the physical, right? If you're living in the physical, do it. If you're going to be evil, freaking be evil. Go after it, and don't be a coward. A lot of you guys are pretending to be good because you're too much of a coward to be evil. Those of you who want to be evil, be freaking evil and stand up and do it. Those of you who are not wanting to be evil, you should kick their asses for being evil. Stop their asses from being evil. Don't be afraid of these freaking people just because they act evil. This is the yin and the yang. It's supposed to be that way. Sorry about that, folks. This is what I'm getting from it. Okay? He's like, don't listen to these people that are in charge. They're lying to you. They're cheating. You guys are better than that. Stand up and be adults. That's your job. Your job is to be adults. You're acting like 11-year-old children. and you're online on TikTok and you're listening to people and you're hanging out talking like school kids. You're talking like 10-year-olds and you're freaking in your 30s and you're sitting there doing that. Come on, man. Stop looking around and pretending that you're a child and, it's not my fault. It's society. Just grow up. Grow up, figure your shit out. It's not hard, man. It's not hard. Cold hard facts. That's unfortunately that is what it is. You know what I mean? So what else did I miss? Does he have any messages? I saw that. Okay, so let me get back to my story. If you guys have any other questions, pop them up, right? He's in that mood. He's not taking it. He's just like, look, you're responsible. He's saying it again. He's coming. You're responsible for your actions. Act like it. Okay? Don't sit down and cry and say society made you bad. Okay? Don't do that. Run, right? Do some stuff. Light and dark can't have one without the other. Absolutely, brother. You cannot. Look, the creator of the universe decided a long time ago. Okay, there was a time. Let me give you the truth. There was a time when there was no veiling. Okay? There was a time when all you guys knew who you were. You were sitting around, you knew that you were the creator and you were a fraction of the creator, and everybody was stoned and everybody was drunk and everybody was sitting around like they were surfer dudes in California going, you're God, man, I'm God, man, we'll get there, dude. It's all good. God said, fuck, I'm lazy. I created lazy people. We need to do something about that. So God thought about it and God said, you know what? They said, we got to change something. We need to light a fire under our ass down there. How can I do that? Right? So God said, well, how about we don't let anybody know who they are and we send the boogeyman after them? And we were like, what's that? And they were like, well, some of you are going to have to go the other way. We have to have the opposite. What do you mean? Okay, you know how we have, and then God explained it to the angels, to the archangels. You know how we have up and down, we have left and right, we have back and front. Okay, do you know how we have nighttime and daytime? Well, we have good. Now we're going to have bad. And some of us went, really? What's that like? What do I have to do? So some people volunteered and came down and went, and they've been chasing you ever since. Okay, so you can't have one without the other. You have to have both. And that is the way that the creator liked, and that's the way it's going to work. There is no right and wrong. There is just experience, okay? You guys need to realize that. When you guys are sitting around and somebody does something bad to you, and you think in your head, why is that person doing that bad thing to me? Because they can. That's why they did that. Brooke said, then we were split, right? They split us, our origins, that were the first, that we were the first to split. Yes. You guys don't know this. The archangels, those of us, this is why some of you see Samael as the evil demon lord, okay? Because some of us said, what do we got to do? And the creator said, you have to be the opposite of what you are now. You're going to be also bad. Well, wait, does that mean I'm going to change and be bad? No. No, what you're going to do is you're going to serve both. You're going to be good and you're going to be evil. There's going to be two of you. You're going to split into not just masculine and feminine. You're going to split into good and evil. And you're going to wreak havoc on the universe and you're going to stop yourself from doing it. And we were like, well, that's kind of weird, don't you think? But it's much more fun than sitting around doing nothing. Should we all go pack now? Okay. So you guys don't know that. Most people don't know that. Thank you, Brooke, for saying that, right? Because a lot of people don't realize that. Is Samael one specific being, or has the role of Samael changed? The role of it depends on where you are. Okay, Samael. Let's look at Samael on this planet. Okay, Samael on this planet. The Christians and the Hebrews don't even acknowledge Samael as an archangel. Doesn't mean I'm not one. Just means that they're not thinking that I am. Okay, so when you go to the Middle East, the people in the Middle East, they're like, whoo, yeah, Samael. But some of them, I was just talking about that, some of them see me as evil Samael, Lord of the demons. Others see me as Samael, the angel of death. Others see me as Samael, the holy warrior. Okay, some people on this earth at different times have realized the different aspects. Okay, so originally I was not evil. Originally, I was not the angel of death. But then when God said, this is what we need to do, there was a split. That was what you guys call the fall, the fallen angels like Satan, right? Lucifer, when he fell, he was the morning star and there was a war in heaven. Well, that was the split. That was when the archangels, all of us, were separated into good and evil so that we could create this scenario. And then we've been teaching everybody below that. Okay. Are you referring to the origins as the ancient ones? The originals as the ancient ones? It depends on what you mean. In your mind, what are the ancient ones? I think your concept is the first ones. Okay, the first ones. There's a group of angels that are before the archangels. That's who you're, I think, referring to. There is a group. Let me start over again. There is a group of angels who were the firstborn. They are not archangels. They are above archangels. They are originals. Okay, they were the first creation who created everything below that. That God says, I need this, they create that. Okay, they're what you guys refer to as demigods. Here, then the archangels were created next. Then the angels were created next after that. Okay, I think that's what you're referring to. If not, let me know and I'll clarify that even more. Okay. So yeah, the Patal is what the originals were, right? The seraphim, the seraphina, the seraphim, or the not the cherubim, but the seraphina and the seraphim. Yes, that is what the universe knows outside of Earth as the Patal. Okay, the Patal. That is the seraphim. That is the originals. Then you have the archangels. Then you have the angels, and then you have everybody else below that, right? So if you read the Book of Truth, in the Book of Truth, you hear, I believe it was in the Scroll of Truth down here, the Scroll of Truth, you hear that Error created the humans. Error, she is one of the originals, and she was creating because God said that she could create, and she created humans. Humans were fallible, right? So people, that's what they say was the fall of human. It wasn't that. It was the creation because they were supposed to be created because all of this was supposed to happen this way, but they kind of got lost down here. But in that scroll, it tells of Error was her name. Okay, so you guys have that concept of error being a mistake because of that scroll that goes back to about 3,500 years ago when people translated it from an older civilization. I hope that's helping. So, but that's what it is. The seraphim or the seraph. You have the seraphina. It depends on the language that you're speaking when you say that word. But yes, that is the Patal. So the people that are in this sector of the universe know them as the Patal, and then down here on Earth they don't know Patal yet. They're just learning that. So you guys down here in this cycle know them as the seraphim, or there's one other word that you guys use for them. Some use as the ancient ones or the watchers, I think is what some of you call them. But that is the Patal. Yeah, that was the first ones that were created, and then after that were the archangels. And me being an archangel, I have a higher self that is not just the archangel. Most of the archangels have a higher self. Okay, I have a higher self, and that higher self is above archangel. So the Patal seraphim, they're anchored in the 12th dimension, just before going back to the Creator. And then the 11th dimension is where the archangels are anchored. So you have an aspect, like you as a human have an aspect of you somewhere halfway through the 6th dimension upwards to the 7th dimension before the 8th dimension. Somewhere in there, you have an anchor point, which is your higher self that you are striving to realize now. Then when you realize that, there's a higher self that you're striving to that is anchored in another place. And then there's an even higher self that would go say, okay, you are here in the 3rd dimension on this earth. When you recognize your higher self, you're going to move up to the galactic alignment. So then your higher self is going to be part of the collective consciousness of the Milky Way galaxy. Then there's the higher self, which is going to be the collective of the universe that you're in. And that consciousness is going to be connected to the multiverse and then back to God. I don't know if that makes sense to you down here. Let's hope that it does, right? So definitely not Anunnaki. Definitely not Anunnaki, right? Part of my name is Saravin. Is that your higher self? I should say my source name. Yes, yes. Now you're thinking. That's what you're supposed to be striving to. Okay. So yeah, I'm Kelto, right? Not Samael. Well, and Samael. I'm Kelto. Kelto is Leonard's higher self, higher self. Okay. Because in one aspect, Leonard is down here, in another aspect, Leonard is Samael as an archangel, and then Leonard is Kelto as a Patal. I don't know if that makes sense. And some people might have a wingding about that, right? My source name is I don't know if I'm going to say that right? It's Asturus. Is it AEU? Asturus? That sounds like a higher self name. I think I know you there. That sounds like a higher self. I like it, right? So yeah, Brooke is. See, there's the thing, right? Samael, being the king of all the demons, he's going to be married to Lilith, the queen of all the demons and the damned, right? Our job is to wreak havoc on all of you down here. At the same time, our job is to balance and stop that havoc from being wrought. And that is really confusing to people down here when I tell them that, because they're kind of like, wait, right? When I say there is no right and wrong, there just is experience. People get annoyed with me when I say that, but it is true, right? And so when people say that, how could you say that when there's so much evil in the world and destruction and destroying things, and it's beautiful? Because they're actually there to force you to keep going further. They're there so that you have an experience that's organic of life and death. You don't know what it means to live if you don't have somebody trying to kill you. If you don't have death, you don't know how to live. Do you understand that? So you have to actually die so that you can live. You have to have somebody trying to kill you so that you can understand how valuable life is. You have to have someone hate you so that you can understand what love is. Otherwise, you truly don't know it. You can't have darkness and understand darkness without light. It's opposite. You can't have light without having darkness, so that you go, wait a minute, I like the light better. I can see. Okay, so if you have life and you just are immortal and that's all you know, you will never know what it means to be alive. Do you understand? All right. So, yeah, but when you're in survival, you can't receive this. No, when you're down here and you're veiled, you're not going to. I'm going to be confusing to you, and you're going to think I'm crazy, and you're not going to listen to anything I'm saying. If you're in that place where you can't know because you're completely veiled and you can't wake up, you're gonna think I'm nuts, and you're just gonna leave and take off. That's okay. That's where you are. That's you. Eventually, one day, you're gonna know what this means, and you're going to realize it. But no, that's just the normal progression. Some people who are kind of awake are gonna think I'm crazy. What makes you think? I have a cousin. Now this is Leonard talking. I have a cousin who says to me, or says to my sister, do you think he's, the wackadoodle because he's channeling? And she said, 5 years ago I would have said that. She said, but now, no, I don't believe that he's crazy, right? So some people are going to look at me and they're going to go, you're full of crap. You're not doing any of that. You're making it all up. I don't care. Think what you want to think. When you die, you're going to see me, okay? When you die, you're going to know me. As Leonard, I never finished that story because I went into talking to Raven, right? And then I'll get to what Raven is saying right here because you're saying something, right? And I'll get to that. I was in a field playing with a golf club and a golf ball, and my buddy swang, and his follow through with the golf club 7-iron caved my skull in, whacked me in the skull and caved it in and pushed it in, right? And I literally got hit in the head, and I backed up, and I was staggering, and I put my hand up like this. When I put my hand up on my head, I closed my eyes for a second, and when I closed my eyes, I was no longer standing in that field there was all darkness around me, and I was floating in darkness, and all of a sudden there was a figure that came floating in the air, flying around in the air, that was cloaked like the picture that you see over here on my screen, wherever it is on your screen, cloaked, didn't have the sword in his hand, but was cloaked just like that, with wings like that. And it came down and it swooped down and it came directly at me. And when it raised its head, it was just a skeleton. I had no idea what this was. I had never heard of the angel of death. I had never seen the angel of death. And all of a sudden, this thing looked at me, leaned forward like this, looked at me, and then backed up, tilted his head slightly, and smiled. And the skull moved like my face is moving to a smile. And then his arms went out and he leaned back and then he dipped down like this and went right through me. And in that instant, I knew that it was the angel of death. I also knew that it was Samael. And I also knew that it was my higher self. And he was saying, I'll see you later. And then I opened up my eyes and I had blood all over my hand. It was dripping off of me. And I ran home and had to go to the hospital. And they had to cut out the bone in my head and let it heal back over because I almost died. And I had this miraculous recovery that they said was almost a miracle. I went in with a bone sticking into my brain right here, touching my brain, and they had to cut it out, and they were certain I was going to be dead. And that was on a Sunday. Wednesday, they let me go home. Okay. So I knew at that moment, but I didn't know what that was. I was like, who is this? What is that? Later, I found out as I got older, about 4 or 5 years later, that that was the angel of death. And I was like, yeah, but that was an archangel, not just the angel of death. Okay, so let me see what you're saying here. There have been many things told to me at the time that I didn't, and see what else is on here, that I didn't understand. Now I do, right? Yeah, it just, like I said, ask questions, right? So, yeah, that was pretty crazy. Comedy Bar says, oh, wow, that was part of your spiritual awakening. Yes, it was. The freaking angel of death. I'm not kidding. I was 11 years of age. I didn't tell anybody that I saw that. I didn't tell my father, and he was awake. I didn't tell anyone. I was pondering what I saw. And then when I got older, a few years later, watching television, something, and they were talking about, or in church somewhere, they talked about the angel of death. And I went, what is the angel of death? And they're like, well, it's the Grim Reaper. And the Grim Reaper is dressed like this, and it's a skeleton. And I was like, wait, how do you know that? Because some people have met him. And I was like, yeah, that, okay. But I still didn't tell people for a long time because it sounds crazy. Even, like now, I'm telling you this. Could you imagine an 11-year-old boy saying, hey, when I got hit in the head before I came home, Dad, and went to the hospital, and now I'm back home, this is what I saw. Well, my father, that's a bad example. My father probably would have looked at me and said, that was the angel of death, son. And it would have been like, okay, you know what I mean? So, yeah, okay, hold on here. Let's see here. Where are we? I'm going to make sure that we're. So, yeah, isn't that crazy? Now, I've been awake. Now, this is Leonard talking again. I've been awake enough to understand what was happening. But even like Jesus, who was awake, didn't have a full awakening until he was around between 8 and 11. I was awake enough to. I remember getting implanted into the fetus at the moment of conception. I remember going in. I remember gestating. I remember talking to my mom, having her read certain books and certain knowledge that I wanted to have a start on. I remember being born and going through the birth canal. That's not comfortable, by the way. And then you can't breathe because you still have water in your lungs because you're breathing the embryonic fluid. And back then they would hold you upside down and give you a whack and suck the fluid out and get you to start crying. But I remember all of that, but I didn't have like complete memory until right around that time. Once that happened, I realized that was me that came to myself. And how do you tell people that was you? So you can't really do that. You got to kind of keep it quiet, right? I find that fascinating that you remember that. Yeah. No, it was pretty intense. Literally going in, and then I was in the womb, and I saying to my mom, eat better food, and I need scientific research, and I need this stuff. So when I later on asked my mom about that, she said, yeah, I couldn't get enough of I had to read physics, and I had to read science, and I had to read history. I didn't even know what I was reading half the time, but I just knew it was a craving. Like, how sometimes women get a craving for certain food that when they're pregnant, my mom was getting a craving for certain foods, and she was getting a craving to read stuff. and she just did it. Well, and then I remember that I was a baby and I couldn't get the mouth of this body to talk yet, and that was bugging me because I was trying to talk to my mom and my grandmother was on the phone, and mom's putting the phone up to my ear, and I'm trying to tell my grandmother about my day. And all the what's coming out of my mouth is, and grandma's like, isn't he cute? He's trying to tell me his whole day. I'm like, Grandma, I'm in here. My mouth's not working. And so it took me a while. I remember my first steps. I remember taking my first steps. I remember the very first time I was able to reach up and flick the light switch on in the bathroom, and my dad wanted to go and tell my mom to show my mom and come in, and he turned the light switch off, and I got up on my toes, and I could just barely go flick with my finger. I remember all of that. But then somewhere around 11 years of age, everything else opened up, and it might have been, seeing myself coming through at the time, right? So that's kind of crazy. It's funny because, like you said, man, that book's going to be, it's going to resonate with you. Yeah, it talks about the pain of birth, and yeah, right. So yeah, you get used to that. I mean, it's kind of weird when you're going through. It hurts, it squishes your head. Luckily, you don't have that bone right there when you come through the birth canal, and then you're trying to come out, and your shoulders got to fold in like this, and you can't breathe right because you still have embryonic fluid in and they got to get you out, and you only have like 5 minutes from the time the water breaks. I mean, you have some still in there, so you're okay, and you're getting food and some oxygen through that way too. But then they pull you out. Once they pull you out into this atmosphere, you need to take something. You need to breathe oxygen. So you're like a fish out of water until you go, spit it all out and then inhale, and that hurts because you're not used to it, and your lungs are used to breathing underwater, so that's what develops them. But then when you're breathing the regular air, it's totally different. It's cold, and yeah, and it's cold out here. It's not nice and warm in there. It's body temperature. You come out here and you're freezing your ass off. They got to swaddle you, and you know what I mean. Then you don't feel your mom anymore, and they cut your food off, right? So now you don't have any you don't have any room service, right? They take your pool and your room service. Yes, I remember. Yeah, I remember everything. That there was a story that was going around because as a child, I'm a little baby. I'm laying on the floor. I'm on my back, and my mom gave me a bottle, and I'm eating and holding on the bottle myself. And my sister, my older sister, comes in. She's annoyed because now I'm the firstborn son. So now, because of that, I'm the apple of my dad's eye. See, so she's jealous. So she reaches over and she grabs the bottle out of my mouth, and she's giggling, and my mom doesn't see it. Well, I had a little toy hammer that was sitting on the ground next to me. And I grabbed that little toy hammer, and I went bang and hit my sister right in the face with it. And my sister started crying. And my mom said, "What's going on?" And she said, "He hit me with the hammer in the face." And my mom looked and realized she took the bottle out of my mouth. And she said, "Well, maybe if you don't take the bottle out of his mouth, he won't do that." And she took it and gave it back to me. And I dropped the hammer and grabbed the hold of the bottle. So that, I mean, I was, probably 2 months, 3 months at that point doing that. AI Bar says, "Man, that book is so going to resonate with you." Yes, right. I'm going to have to. Yeah, when you go through that and you read that stuff, it freaks you out. Um, you know what I mean? So yeah, I'm sure when I read that, right, it's going to be crazy. That there's a lot of stuff that I read, as Leonard, that I read and I go, wow, that's kind of crazy. How did I not know that, right? So yeah, I remember teething. I remember my first step. I remember the pain of teething. I remember that was annoying. Trying to chew when they're doing that. I remember I didn't like a lot of the baby food um, that my mom was trying to feed me. It tasted like it just didn't taste good. It tasted like poo poo. But when she fed me peas, I loved mushy peas. Right? It was the Gerber baby food from America because I was born in the United States. I love the peas. I still love mushy peas. I love peas, but mushy peas. And so she would feed me that. I would eat that forever. And she'd give me the carrots. I love carrots, but weirdly, I didn't like the flavor of the carrots. They tasted more like pumpkin. But I like pumpkin now. But as a child, I really wanted those peas. Right? Isn't that crazy, right? So, what is this? Keep fighting the good fight, brother. Right? Thanks, Kale. You didn't ask a question, bro. You should have asked me a couple questions before you ran off, right? So, let's see. I have a question for Samael. Okay. Was there a disturbance in heaven around the time of COVID that COVID began? No, not in heaven, bro. Come on. I mean, COVID began. It's an attempt by the people, and I can't say much down here because of the algorithms, man. So those people who think they own this earth, just trying to take control, was one of their last ditch efforts. And then you had the people that own the pharmaceutical companies wanting to experiment on people, right? So that's just par for the course. However, there was cheering. There was cheering by some of us, especially those of us who are down here on Earth, which you guys are unaware, but there are most of the archangels that you've ever heard of are down here, because some of you that are here now are angels and higher beings who have come down here to help in this scenario as we change that. So there was a cheering because those of us who understand what's going on actually realized that that was one of the greatest things that happened at the perfect time of this earth to wake up more of the people of this earth than we've been able to wake up all at once in a very long time. So there was that kind of stirring in heaven because everybody was going, yes, they're attempting to do it, and now this is going to wake up more of the population. And so those of us down here who came down here and know that there are billions of souls here who have come from a higher plane, who have come down here, who were also stuck, billions of them, it triggered them to start waking up. So evil playing the part changes things because everything serves the all. Okay? Let me say that again. Everything serves the all, or the one mind consciousness, the creator consciousness. So every time somebody does something on a great evil scale, it creates strife that realigns people against that evil, right? Like if an alien invasion actually happened where spaceships showed up down here, most of the population would turn against that alien invasion. That's why the deep state, your guys' evil people that are in charge, have that as one of their things that they want to roll out to the planet, is a fake alien invasion so that they can get everybody to realign behind a one world government. But people like myself are here to go, yeah, don't buy into that. It's bullshit. Just shoot at the aliens. Just shoot at them. Kill them. Ignore the government when they say don't do that, and we all have to turn together and abolish governments. Tell them to screw off. What's the word that Billy Connolly said? Oh yeah, tell them to fuck off, because off they will fuck. Right? That's the truth of it, bro. You have to look at it that way. So, yeah, when COVID began, it was a cheer because knowing that they were going to attempt what they were going to attempt, they tested that, and they were believing it was a test to see how many people actually react, so they know what they have to control. But what they didn't listen to was in their Hegelian dialectic was the fact that the realignment happens from that. So some people have gone beyond that and said that was the true test for the fake alien invasion that they have planned for the future. It wasn't to try and take over the world. It was to see if they could realign everybody against themselves. Who does that? Who's going to realign everybody against themselves just as a test? But it's possible, because anything's impossible. But it's not going to work because the things are changing here. It's not going to work because they're up against me. Okay? They're up against me, and they think they're channeling me. Do you understand that? And me, and just like everybody like me. You, all of the angels and archangels that have come here. Okay? So Comedy Bar says, I have another question for Samael. How far away are we from, hold on, I got to open the last part of it, from entering the temporal age? And then it doesn't say the rest of it. It says where the, right? The future is known. Yeah, truly, that is beginning now. You're closer than you think. The plan is starting in 2026 through 2050 at the latest. If I'm understanding your question correctly, if you're talking about the Great Awakening by most of the humans, it's going to start on the 2000-year anniversary of Jesus' death. So the timeline's shifting. So it may or may not be by the time it gets here, but 2026, right? Hold on, I have to do the little thing here. Sorry, I had to do the puzzle piece so they knew I wasn't a robot. So I apologize for that. So 2026, Easter of 2026, they're planning to do some craziness, right? But that's the activation that's going to start bringing that about 2027 through 2033. Because the 2000-year anniversary of the death and resurrection of the Christ is coming up in 27, 28, or 29, depending on where the timeline shifts to, because it's been shifting back and forth in the last 9 months. It's shifted. That Jesus' birth went from 7 BC to 3 BC back to 4 BC. So 33 years from that is 26, 27, 28, and 29. And it's fluctuating. So somewhere thereabouts is going to be the 2000-year anniversary of the Christ. And when that comes to be, it's going to, and so the timelines that we're fixing is shifting that, and it's kind of moving it further out. We're trying to get it closer to 27, 28. So right now it's at 27. So the beginning of it is in 26, is in the resurrection time. So Easter 2026, feminine year, beginning of the cycle. 27, if nothing changes right now, will be the 2000-year anniversary of the Christ death and resurrection. If something changes between now and 2027, it'll start shifting to 28 and 29, but we're looking at this 27 because the 7 is a masculine year, but it's also a 27, so it's actually a God year. So if it's not 27, it's got to be 28 or 29. But right now it's 2027 is the 2000-year anniversary of the death and resurrection of the Christ on this earth. So 26 in the Easter is the beginning of the awakening, and 1 year to the day. You guys know how that works, right? 1 year and 1 day. So on the next Easter Sunday, Easter Friday, Good Friday to Monday, right? 2.5 to 60 hours, 3 days. We'll put it on that Sunday as the resurrection again. Okay. So if it stays exactly the way it is now, it'll be the same way that when he died, there was the earthquake and everybody saw. It'll be the same thing, and everybody will start waking up as supposed to. Okay. But when will humans start to predict the future events that are happening? Humans are already starting to do that, brother. You and I are just now talking about it right here. Oops, I hit that button and I didn't mean to bump the thing off. I should have left it alone. So in time, people are already doing that. People are already starting to predict what's happening in time, brother. They have a computer that does the same thing. But do you mean like some of us are going to start coming out like I'm doing to talk more in front of people? I'm going to start coming out and I'm going to be doing larger events than I'm doing now, because we are now starting to identify ourselves to the population. That's going to activate more and more people. And more people, as they activate, the people who came here to help are going to activate. So then more and more people are going to start seeing the future because they came here to have those abilities and have those abilities. I've been teaching people how to do that since I've been here on this earth. So it's everything's going to be exponentially starting in April of 2026 and end date being 2050. Okay. And some of us are pushing for 2033. Some of us are pushing really hard for 2033, 2038. But 2050 is the if no matter what we do, we're going to be 4D by 2050. Okay. There's going to be still 3D people that are not going to be able to be in 4D, but they're going to be living among us. And when they die, they'll be moved to another planet. So you're still going to see people you're going to look at and go, that guy's a Neanderthal. That guy's completely a freaking asleep. But that's just the normal way things work, right? So I think more with quantum computing thought and technology. Well, yes, with the that there was a movie that was called what was it called? I can't think of the name of it. See, now I'm trying to pop into Leo and think of the name of the movie, Futureland or something like that, um, with what's his name that was in the movie um, Dusk, from Dusk Till Dawn. Um, he was in that movie, and it was they tried to keep it off the air. They had the quantum computer that was predicting the end of the world at a certain time. That's based on the real computer that when they looked at the future here on Earth, they looked at the future. There's a time between 2033 and 2050, and between 2045 and 2050 where the internet goes dead. Okay, so in their minds, it's still that time period that's coming up. All right. So I don't know if that answers your question, but you should look that up. There's a time in the future that they saw in the past where all the chatter that they're tracking on the internet stops. So something happens. Well, that's prophecy that could happen. I'm not going to get involved in that right this second because I don't like talking about that on air because we're changing that, right? So I hope that does help. Okay. So the quantum computing is already happening, and they're already looking. The guys that are controlling that CERN, they're trying to look at that, but they're not the ones doing the Mandela effects. That's us that are doing that. They wish that they had that ability. That's us fixing the timelines, right? Einstein got stuck at the quantum entanglement. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He That's because he was very religious, and he decided not to. He didn't get stuck. He decided to not allow people to know what he was finding out. The same thing that Tesla did, the same thing that Da Vinci did, the same thing that Copernicus did. There have been great people in history that on this earth that actually uncovered things and decided that it was too much information for evil people to have. So they then said, "Oh, I made a mistake. I don't understand what's going on here." Um, so yeah, you know what I mean? So, right? Yeah, you have to see that, right? So paranormal, powerful, right? Welcome. Hey, how you guys doing? Right? So yeah, do you guys want to know? Yeah. Yeah, do you guys want to know what's happening? What's going to happen? I can tell you. Here, how about I tell you what your future is going to look like? Okay? There are people on this earth that have been telling you about the future of the human condition for thousands and thousands of years. You just haven't been listening to them, right? I'm in Australia right now. The Aborigines over here have been talking about it. And when I was living in Arizona, the natives in Arizona were talking about it. They have the Hopi Indians in the Americas have the Hopi rock legend, and the Aborigines in Australia know about that. They know about. Or are you talking about the quantum entanglement? Well, we can go down that road in a second too. So there's a shift in the timeline that everybody's worried about because there's this Armageddon fear that the bad guys are trying to get you to buy into so that you will then manifest the Armageddon because they're trying to get the AI to take control. And if AI takes control of everybody and you get all the implants, then it's more like the Matrix. And they're hoping to do that because you have to remember that the evil people are still trying to lower the population down to less than a million people if they can do it. Right? So when you look into the future, there's two different societies. You have a societal structure that is mostly Borg, mostly AI controlled, and the population is very low. Then you have the other timeline where as we're going now, we get a hold of AI and go, yeah, no, AI is just kind of there. We'll use it for what we want to use it for, but we're not letting it take control of everything. And the population of the Earth has 12 billion people on it. Okay. So there are some changes that, right? So what is it that Maddie says, the seventh fire, and then I'm going to go look at what you were saying, Comedy Bar. The seventh fire prophecy also talks about two paths. Yes. So we'll come back to that. Let me circle back to that, Maddie. I'm not going to ignore you. I just want to see what Comedy Bar, because we were in the middle of talking, and then I'll get back to getting on to what you're talking about there, right? So So it's one photon that partially tunnels through space-time. Yeah, so if you guys don't know physics, listen to what Comedy Bar is talking about, right? So their counterparts, the quantum entanglement, you can read what he's saying here. They're still trying to work on that, the quantum entanglement, where you have, you guys should look on it. I was in physics in college, and I also did the same thing and said these people don't need to know about some of this, so I stopped. They were trying to recruit me, right? So now let's go back because Samael wants to answer this question, right? So the seventh fire prophecy also talks about two paths. There are two paths. You're absolutely right. So there's more than just two groups of people that have been talking about this on this earth. There are two paths for the human condition to go into, and it's always been that way. If you're self-serving and you believe and you live in fear and you let them convince you that this is the way the world is coming to an end and it's the Armageddon, we're all going to die, you're going to end up moving into that, and you're like, I want all the implants and the AI controlling my body, and you run down that path. You're going to go into that timeline. We're showing you with the timeline shifts that they call the Mandela effect. So know for a fact that that's us that is doing that. Okay, this is Samael speaking to you now. This is not Leonard speaking to you. Okay, we are fixing and rewriting the history here and the timeline shifts that you guys remember that these people call Mandela effects. Those of you who remember them, you're supposed to be remembering them because you have come here to help these people and you remember both timelines. And there's many of them. Okay, just in the last 45 years, there have been hundreds that we have done. We're fixing things and we're righting this planet. And as we're doing that, the timeline is shifting. And as it's shifting, if you have, what is this? It says live restricted for some audiences. So I've said too much, so I can't do anything about that, right? Your live contains themes that may be uncomfortable and it's restricted. So it's violation warnings. Hopefully I'm still live, right? Let's see if I'm still live. If not, they're restricting me, so I got to be careful. Can you guys still see me? Somebody please let me know if I'm still live, because I said too much about the deep state. Yeah, I'm still live. Okay, so I just got a restriction warning because I've said too much about truth. Okay, so I have to back off of that and stay away from saying certain things. All the information that I'm talking to you about is for entertainment purposes only. Because if I don't start saying that, we need the algorithms to back off. So I just got two warnings because some of the information that I just said to you was too sensitive for some viewers to understand, right? If it's for children and they're upgrading me to an adult conversation, I'm okay with that, right? And that may be just what just happened. I don't know because I didn't actually put this just for adults. So, but if you guys can still see me out there and you guys can still hear me, then we're doing okay, right? Typical. I know, right, Maddie? Typical. Okay, so I didn't even know that they did that. Yes, they do. You have to be careful what you say when you're on a live. If I say too much about those people who the powers that should not be, if I say those words too many times, then I did that on my first live, and they actually deleted or they actually kicked me off my live and warned me. And then here's something that was hilarious. Right now, this is Leo talking to you, Leonard talking to you. I reposted one of my videos. Reposted a video that I posted a year ago on TikTok. I reposted it all over the internet and on TikTok, and they actually took my video down and said it went against their guidelines. And I was like, this video is on every platform already, right? This video is on every platform already. So what are you guys doing? You guys need to review this. And then after I sent that in, I looked and went, this video is on TikTok and had been sitting there for a whole year. I just reposted it. It's actually still there. I didn't repost it. I posted it again, right? So I was about to type that in the next day, and they uplifted it, and I was like, yeah, they must have looked at my stuff and went, oh, look, he's already had it up for a year. So the stuff they do is an algorithm, and the algorithm does things automatically, right? So I said too much just now about prophecy, I guess, or about the powers that should not be. Somewhere in the content, they decided that my content was either that or some troll was in here and reported it. saying that my content was, I'm making it up, or it could have been. Usually when I talk about religion, they like to come after me too, because you have to remember that TikTok is mostly owned by the Chinese, who are communists, and they do not allow religion. The Communist Party and socialist parties do not allow religion. You can't have spirituality, you can't have religion. It's the first thing they remove. Okay, so I don't want to go down that road and get all into that, right? So change the speed slightly. That can work. Thanks, right? Thanks, brother. Change the speed of my cadence. Slow it down, maybe, right? When I'm talking, that can change it, right? Is that what you're saying? Change the speed slightly. Yeah, so we'll see. So maybe I should slow down and not talk so fast, or maybe I should just fluctuate. I need to choose better words when I'm speaking. That's all I need to do. Okay. So, but thank you for that, Elf. Thanks, brother. So let me get back on track, right? Let me get back on track because here we have Averell, right? And Azrael, another entity that is from above the archangels, who has archangel energy. We are here. Now, this is Samael talking to you. We are among you. We have come among you. You're hearing people announce that the archangels are here. Whether these people like it or not, we're changing the face of this world, and we're fixing it, and we're resetting the balance, because it's time. The way things work is that this is a college, this is a school that you're in, and you're supposed to be ascending, and you're supposed to learn how to find your higher self, right? And then become I think, from I think, therefore I am, to I am, therefore I think. When a place gets stuck and stays stuck, then we send people down to come in and help. When that doesn't help fast enough, those of us that are even higher will come in to fix it. Okay, so we're here now to fix this place. So fear not, okay? Fear not. We are here and we are waking up. So Comedy Bar asked, when is the mass awakening? It's happening. You see people starting to tell you that they are higher being, or that they are archangels. Some people are making up some weird names, right? But you have to remember that not every archangel's name that you know of is the only ones that are here. There are archangels that you guys didn't get in your history because they were off doing something else somewhere else, and they were a legend on another world that was third dimension in their religions, because we don't all show up to one place. Okay, so there's, in this sector of the Milky Way galaxy, the evil people that came and took control of this sector took control of 23 solar systems that were in third dimension. So 22 other groups of people who were other beings had other religions with their archangels. Those people's names are known on other planets. Some of them, because all of the planets but two have been freed. All of the planets have been freed by the captors. But there's still a mop-up going on of the knowledge and the damage that they did. This planet, because it was one of the hardest schools anyways, got extra stuck, okay? Because this one was a volunteer basis. So this one was already really stuck, and then when the information got here and they got stuck, it got stuck. So a lot of the people are now coming, all these archangels with names that you guys don't know are coming down here because you've never heard of them, because they didn't need to be here in the religion, so they're not part of that. My name, Samael, is one of them. The Christians and the Hebrews don't know who I am, but the Arabs, they do, okay? They know who I am. I am the angel of death. I am also the angel of life. I am also the angel of demons, okay? Because I play multiple roles, just like every archangel does. They all have a counterpart that is evil, that is an aspect of themselves. You guys haven't learned that yet, but I can tell you that, except for on TikTok, I guess. Because it might be just adult. I'll have to find out exactly what that was. I had to hit OK twice. Okay, there was something and then something else that said that I had a warning because of my content was not great for all viewers. So it might have been that I should have checked the box that said the content we're going to be talking about was adult. And I know that there is a tick for that. I just didn't check it. So next time I'll check that box so that we don't So we don't have that. And if that's all it is, I'm not going to complain, right? It's just the way it is, right? We are not always straight away, right? What is that? She's answering, oh, do you recognize others? Yes. We don't always, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Brooke. Um, we don't always straight away because sometimes they've come in undercover and we have to see their eyes or hear them speak. But usually, if they're letting people know who they are, even if they haven't said it out loud, then we can see that, right? And we can instantly, like, if you look at, I have to say his name right, right? Azrael and Avril. If you look at Azrael, um, Brooke was flicking through and saw him and went, "Come here, look." And he was talking, whatever that was, a couple weeks ago, and he was talking, and we just popped in, and he was letting people know that he was a higher being that also had archangel energy. He was the being above the archangel and an archangel in a different aspect, and he was down here to help. And we immediately jumped on and were like, brother, look, but I didn't tell him who I was. I haven't until now. He comes in here and he'll know this. I didn't tell him who I was, but I let him know that he was Patal, and that we acknowledged that he was one of the first, right? And that's above the archangels. He was one of the first. We were the first, and then we were also archangels, and then the angels were third to be created. So in this place now you have us beings that are even higher than archangels who are coming here. But when I say that to people down here, they're like, there is nothing above the archangel. Some people know about that and some people don't, right? But when I say that I'm Archangel Samael, they go, I don't, there's no Archangel Samael. Yes, there is. Do you know who the angel of death is? Same guy, doing a different job. Okay. But there are people on this earth, like, Brooke says, they don't know who I am on this planet. I'm like, no, baby, but you're a legend on another planet. They know who Lilith is, right? So they know the Lilith, but she's an archangel. But you guys don't know that. Well, no, she's the queen of the devils, or queen of the demons. Yeah, that's an archangel. She's just working on the dark side, right? So what you don't know is that her counterpart is Satori. You don't know that name on this planet because Satori isn't in any of your religions, because Satori was on a different planet to where she got to be named, but she came down here with me because we came down here to fix this place. But there are places out there who go, ooh, Satori, Archangel Satori. Down here, everybody's got an L after their name because it means like God. That was created down here. My name is Kelto, okay? But Samael is the archangel, right? So why are both Azrael and Samael associated with being angels of what? Angels of darkness? Is that what you're saying? I don't see the last part. Angels of death. It is depending on, it's like the Metatron. The Metatron is not one angel. The Metatron is many angels who fill in for the voice of God that will come down to earth. There are different ones who, because the Jesus was the Word of God, so Metatron is the Word of God. So is Jesus Metatron? In some aspects, Jesus is Metatron, but Metatron is also another angel. So the angel of death, depending on what planet we're on, and what area we're in, will have a different name. So you have Azrael and you have Samael, depending on the memory of the people. Do you understand that? So like the Hebrews and the Christians know that aspect as a different name, but the people that are from the farther east, mid to far east, they know Samael. And if you look at the two of them in the aspects that you will see that they're interchangeable in their aspects. So it's a cultural name that has changed, but it's a person that also plays that role. So there are many people who play the role of the angel of death, right? I don't care what you call that. You can call that the angel of death or the grim reaper. But how many people think about that. That's like Santa Claus. Let's get into that, right? That's like Santa Claus. Okay. So how many people do you think die every second on this earth? And do you think that Samael can race around the planet and collect everybody instantly all at the same time, that I wouldn't have any time to do anything else. Do you understand that? That's what there was a TV series in America. I don't know how long ago it was, 10, 15 years ago, where the angel of death came down and recruited people to work with him to help because there's a population is so vast. But in our respect, it's because you have different angels that are coming here, archangels that are coming here from other planets, and some of the people that have been here were on these other planets, and they remember Samael as the angel of death, and they remember Azrael. Is it Azrael down here as the angel of death? So yeah, fractals again, family reunion, right? Azrael family reunion. So Azrael and Samael, because Azrael is the angel of death that was assigned here, and I'm the angel of death who came here because I got done where I was. But some of the people that are here now came from there, and they remembered that, and those people culturally are in the east, whatever direction that is from where I'm sitting. So my name is now known here because I've entered into here. So some people remember me only in the aspect of the demon lord Samael, not an angel on this earth, because that memory is now, the duality of now is expanding since I've come here. Do you see? So as you come here, you have a footprint, and if anybody remembers you from a higher plane when they come here, so some people, not everybody that's here on earth, 86%, maybe a little bit more these days, of the souls that are here are not from this earth and indigenous here. So the memory of the angel of death on the Hebrew side goes back, 4,000 years. Do you see? But there are people that are here from other planets that they died in 3D and came here because this one was the nearest third dimensional planet, and they have echoes of the memory. Just like you have Aborigines in Australia who remember more than one destruction of this earth because their soul was here for that, right? All people need to be collected to ascend to angels upon death too. Yes, when you die, this is the way it works. Soul that is in your body gets released. You have someone come guide you, and you guys know that person as that angel as the angel of death, because the angel comes and takes the soul from the body to help you find your way to the place of healing and then the place of reflecting. Okay, so they come and help guide you to get you there because you're confused. A lot of people are still think that they're that same person, that personality still. So some people come out and they immediately remember who they are. Some people don't. So they come out, they don't know what to do, and they get kind of lost. Sometimes they get lost. If somebody doesn't catch them fast enough, they'll be stuck on Earth and they get lost. Okay, so someone has to come and grab them and then say, "Come with me," and then take them to the place of reflecting or healing first. You go to the place of healing, and then you're there, and your guides, your family that you recognize are there for you, your higher self, and everybody goes, "You're okay. It's okay. You're all right. No, you're not alive anymore. You're okay though. You're all right. Are you okay?" And then they wait until you go, "Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. No, I know what's going on now." And then they go, "Okay, let's go to the place of reflecting." And then you move to the place of reflecting, and then you look at the life that you were just in, and you go, "Did you learn everything that you were supposed to learn?" And then you're honest at that point. You're not going to lie to yourself. And you go, "Okay, I learned these things, but I still need to learn this, and I didn't get that right, and I want to re-experience that again." And now you start designing your new life, right? So every soul has to be collected. I know that was a long story to get there, but every soul has to be collected just in case. Come with me. Let's come over here. You're okay. Then you have people down here that are saying, "Run from those people because they're evil and they're going to zap your immortal soul, and they're going to mind wipe you and put you back in the prison of a human body." Or run from don't go into the light because that light is going to zap you, or they're going to tell you you're on a secret mission and it's all a lie. Run. Those people are actually misguided, and they're trying to get you to try and wake up while you're dying or dead and then run for your life because they don't want you coming back. That's why they're telling you that, right? Do people need, oh, that's the same one. Yeah. So, yeah, that's literally what you have people saying now. A lot of the ancient aliens people, or the people that follow that kind of stuff. I created ancient aliens, Leonard. created Ancient Aliens Worldwide, the group on Facebook, which has got 300,000 members worldwide in it, right? So let's see, did I miss anybody? Comedy Bar said, do people need, oh, I already answered that. Raven said, so is incarnation eternal? Is incarnation eternal? So, yeah, your immortal soul is eternal, if that's what you're asking. Incarnation in a human body is not eternal. It only works if that's what you're asking, right? So your soul is created by the Creator. It's a fracture, a fractal. I love Israel's fractal. You guys are learning about fractals on Earth now. It's a fractal. It's a fraction, a piece of the Creator that is broken off from the Creator as an individual and given a personality. That is forever until you start to merge with collectives. Okay? Your personality that is you, if it's your higher self, and you know who that is and you've ascended to that, that is forever until you decide to go back to the Creator. Okay? The one that is you now is anchored somewhere between halfway through the sixth density and the end of the seventh density. That's your higher self. That one is different than your higher self. Like Samael from Kelto. Kelto was one of the original. Samael's an archangel. Okay? So you have a higher self, then you have a higher self, then you have a higher self, then you have the Creator. Okay, so what happens down here is you're the individual and you start to learn collective down even at this low level, and then you move up. You go from planet in the solar system to the consciousness of the Milky Way galaxy, and you're an individual in the Milky Way galaxy. Then eventually you start merging with the Milky Way galaxy collective consciousness. And so you have the Milky Way galaxy, and then you have the consciousness of the solar systems. Okay? Then you go from that to the Milky Way galaxy to the consciousness of that, and you'll merge with that, and you'll lose your independence. But the independent mind will be the Milky Way galaxy. Okay? Then the Milky Way galaxy will then start in being in the collective of the universe and know the other galaxies as individual consciousnesses. And then eventually you'll merge in your consciousnesses into one galaxy, one universe. And then the multi-universes will then know each other as a consciousness and interact with one another until they go and merge back to the Creator, or the ether and then the Creator. I don't know if that makes sense. Is that too much? Do people need to be collected and ascend angel of death too? Yes, I answered that. So I don't know if that, so incarnation usually on this planet is referred to being down on the planet in a body. So that would be only for the length of the life of the body, unless you're saying incarnation in the soul. I hope I answered that question, Raven. If I didn't, please ask for a clarification, and I will go further with that. Just let me know if that answered what you were asking, because I'm not 100% sure what you were asking right there. I think because incarnation usually means carnate body incarnation. It's not forever. It's only for one lifetime. I've been on this earth since I've come back. I've been here 30 lifetimes. Okay. So I go, figure out how many lifetimes. The average life expectancy is about 60 years or 55 years. Go 55, times 30, and that'll tell you how many thousands of years approximately that I've been just on this earth in a different person's body every time. And I've been with Brooke the whole time. How many times do people reincarnate usually? The way it's supposed to work, when you come into when you come down to, say, you're a first or second dimensional being, when you're a second dimensional being, you become self-aware. Wherever you are in the multiverse, you become self-aware. Then when you become self-aware, I think, therefore I am, whatever you are at that time when you die, from however you die from, you have the choice to move up to third dimension. Okay, So when you move into a third dimensional being on this earth, it happens to be human, and a few other things that people don't like to hear about, like a couple of primates and dolphin and whale, a couple of those Sasquatches, Bigfoot things, um, three of them, a couple of grays, and some other aliens that live inside the earth that doesn't exist. Anyway, so um, normally it takes for you to go through the progression of third dimensional beingness of I think, therefore I am, to I am, therefore I think, and moving into 4D and 5D takes 7 to 10 lifetimes on average. Okay. So all things being equal, you should never be here more than 10 lifetimes. Right. And you guys have been stuck here unless you've come here to help. If you haven't, then you've been stuck here since the changeover, and that was the calamity of 77,000 years ago. Okay. There was a collapse of the global empire that was here, and all the souls were then harvested and moved off the planet, and there was a reset. And you have the people of South Africa, Madagascar, what you guys call Norway today, and what you guys call Australia. Those groups of people probably were about 600,000 humans, and the global empire that is here today came out of all three of those. Okay, so let's see, what did I miss? For Leo and I, last time we were here on Earth, we need to move to the next to help. Oh, you guys are talking amongst yourselves. All right, Brooke, I didn't know what you were saying there. Let's see. So why would someone be here for 400 lifetimes? If you are a wanderer normally and you come to help people, because sometimes it takes a long time depending on when there's certain cycles for the calling, the graduation cycles of every third dimensional, fourth dimensional, fifth dimensional planet. And those are scaled at 77 to 128,000 year cycles. So the last one lasted about the same. It lasted about 77,000 cycles. So it goes back like almost 145,000 years was 2 cycles. Okay. So if the planet has a 77,000 year cycle and somebody comes to help them because they've gotten stuck, they'll sign on to come down for 77,000 years or graduation. Fix the planet, then you can leave, or leave with the planet when the next culling happens. So if they miss the window, this planet missed the window. So it wasn't supposed to go 77,000 years. So it went 77,000 years, and there was the changeover, and it was supposed to be a shorter one because it's a harder planet. It was supposed to be a shorter one, but it's gone past that. So now people have come to help. So when you come down, you don't come down in the current. It's really bizarre how this works, but to fix a planet, if you come to help, you don't come in the planet right at the time and start forward. You go back to where the cycle began and you come in there and come with it. Some of us go further back so that we can come in. So you sign on for either 77,000 years or 128,000 years. Some of us take the 128,000 years because when you're outside of time, when you're in your higher self, there is no time. Time only exists down here linearly. Okay. So up there, you're outside of time. So for us out there, it's just now, right? So 128,000 years, you have to be patient because you have to move into time. So my wife and I came in with a bunch of us who came down here, and we signed on for 128,000 years. So when I told you that we were here for 30 lifetimes, that was in human form. We were here before that. We've been here for 129,000 years now, staying. We came in and we were plants and rocks and we were wolves at one time. I was an eagle at one time. I was a raven at another time. We came in because when you come back as a wanderer or a walk-in, your vibration is from a higher plane of existence. When you come into a body, the body that you come into is set for a person that is in third dimension for the first time. Your vibration of your immortal soul is coming from a very high place. It resonates at a different frequency. This body can't support that life. It doesn't resonate right. This place recognizes your vibration is not supposed to be here, and it starts to screw up the matrix. Your body will have problems. We have problems now. Okay, people who come from a higher plane and come down here, they have autoimmune problems. They have all kinds of things that go wrong with their body because their body is out of phase with the soul. It doesn't fit. The body doesn't understand that because it's just doing what it's told. It's an avatar. So you're occupying it and it's vibrating at the wrong level and you don't fit right and it's trying to reject you and you're holding it in place. And so it creates problems within the DNA. Okay. So some of us know we're going to be here for a long time in these bodies. So what we do is we come in earlier and we go through the whole shebang to get here, right? So full circle says let it screw the matrix up with, right? So is that what you're saying? So let it screw the matrix up. Well, yes and no, but here's the thing, okay? We don't want to we don't want to screw the matrix up because we're trying to restore balance, brother. So if we screw up the matrix, we're changing something down here without permission. We're supposed to allow people to get to a certain level of consciousness. Then we can identify ourselves and say, look, don't worry, it's all over. We're here to help you. Okay, so we don't want to screw up the matrix. We want to work within the matrix. If we're self-serving, we don't care, and we'll just come down here and screw shit up. That's what happened to get these people stuck. Those of us who are in service to others, we're coming down here like a duck blind. We're coming down here and we want the matrix to trust us. So we go in and come in as if we're one-dimensional beings, then two-dimensional beings, and then we come into third-dimensional beings. So the matrix itself, Gaia, the planet, the name of this planet, Gaia, then is used to us. And we fit better. So we fit better in these bodies, and then we don't have as many problems. And we can also stay undercover longer because most of us came here to be under cover of darkness so that evil people couldn't find us. And evil people are looking for us, so we are hidden from even them. And then we wake up when we're supposed to. And by the time we wake up, we have surrounded us people that can teach us and learn what we need to learn so that they can't harm us any longer. So if we mess up the matrix, we put it's a tremor in the force, they said from Star Wars, right? If you saw those movies, brother, they're tremor in the force, and then Darth Vader can recognize that Luke Skywalker is nearby. Okay, that's what happens when you don't hide properly and you don't veil. The fact that the Sith Lord was able to hide from the Jedi because the Sith Lord went native. Okay, the Sith Lord went native. If you read the books, you know that the Sith Lord went native, and they couldn't see him until he exposed himself. And then they were like, where did this guy come from? Do you remember that dichotomy in the movies? If you read the books, it was a little more obvious, right? So you don't want to mess up the matrix unless you're trying to let them know who you are. You create that earthquake. That reverb goes out, and then people will turn and look at you like in Lord of the Rings, when they would touch the ring or put it on, Sauron's eye would turn towards it. You get the attention of the people that you don't want to get the attention of, okay? I was aware of all this, and when I said I'm aware of all this, I said with a heart, right? So, okay, well, I don't know if you're talking to me because it looks like you were talking to Brooke as well, right? So, hi, by the way, full circle. Welcome in. So, it's taken a long time. So some of us went very native, okay? And we did that so that we could blend in better and the matrix would accept us, and then we could be undercover better until we were not supposed to be undercover. The time of being undercover is over, and it is now time for those of us who have come here to help to allow ourselves to be known. I have been told that for about 4 years, and I was resisting it because I wanted to make sure that it was proper time. But now this is why you're hearing other people going, I'm an archangel and I'm here to help. And people are getting annoyed with us when we say that. You're not an archangel. You can't be. You don't know what you're talking about. You're making this shit up. Okay. You can believe that if you want. I know what's happening here, and I can tell you what's happening here, and you don't have to believe me. I'm not here to be your savior. Right? Full circle. Yes. Right? Full circle. Right? Yeah. Like Israel says, yeah, they do. Right? They do. Yeah. Right? So some people will say that you don't know what you're talking about, and you just got to go, okay, right? In your mind, I don't, and I'm making it up. That's okay. You can believe that because I'm not the Christ. I'm not here to be your savior. I'm here to help you whether you like it or not. I'm going to take you kicking and screaming into the next level. And those of you who are not ready, when you die, you're not going to remember me anyways. Okay? When you die, you're going to go up there and go, wow, that was really cool, man. I met some archangels. I know. Let's design your next life. And we're going to move you to the next nearest third dimensional planet. And sorry, brother, you're going to get veiled again. Okay. Then you're going to go to another planet. You're not even going to remember having this conversation. You're not even going to remember the planet Earth because the third dimension isn't supposed to be supported right now. Third dimensional life is no longer supposed to be supported by this planet. This planet has moved into the next phase. So fourth dimensional life forms, beginning of fifth dimension, and eighth dimensional life forms with 1 and 2 are the only life forms on this planet that are supposed to be here. Third dimensional life is no longer supposed to be here. So for those people who are new to this planet, who got shipped here because they came from another planet or they're indigenous to here and moved up to 3D, this will be the last lifetime you guys will be on Earth, and you won't remember it anyways. So I can tell you that, right? And you can think I'm crazy. I don't care what you think, right? You'll know it when you die. You'll go, wow, that dude really was an archangel. He was talking to me about this. And oh, I got to design my life now, and then I'm going to move to the other planet, right? So we can always send you. We can always send you emergency. You will fit in, right? You will feel it. It depends on what you're talking about. I'm not sure what you're saying, Brooke. You're talking to somebody, right? We can always send you energy. Oh, energy. I'm sorry, and you'll feel it. Yes, right. So I apologize. I'm trying to read and putting on my glasses, and I'm moving from Samael to Leonard while I'm reading because I see it's my wife, and I'm moving and reading it, and I read the word wrong. So yes, right. Yeah. Look, anybody. You can ask anybody who's had a Reiki session from me when I've done that, right? So that comes easier anyway as you work through your shit. Observation mode, right? Observation mode and awareness, right? That comes easier. Yeah, agreed, right? So yeah, I mean, as you go through your own stuff, things change anyway. Observation mode and awareness makes us know. Yeah. So as you do that, right? Are we insane when we design our lives? That's no. Okay, yeah, Maddie, no. But I joke about it. We all joke about that because what the hell was I thinking? We say that even those of us, right? I mean, literally, I am an archangel, and even we will look at each other and go, "Were we drunk when we said yeah to this? What were we thinking?" Right? It's the same thing. So, how much longer? How much longer until everybody will know the truth? That's happening now. Trump 85. I love that. Right? That's starting to happen now. Okay, so between now, Comedy Bar asked this earlier. Between now and 2050, everything's going to change. We're shooting for between now and 2032, 2033. By 2050, this entire world is going to be completely different than this, and some of you won't even remember this world being the way it is now. Okay, um, so yeah, so where is the wings, right? Well, if you look at the picture on the screen, you can see them there. You can't see them here. I'm channeling inside of this human body. This human body is Leonard O'Neill, and I'm talking, but I can send myself to you. How about I send myself in your mind's eye, and I'll show you what I look like. It's going to look a little bit like this, unless you don't want to see the angel of death aspect of me. And I'll send that, and you can feel the wings, and you can see the wings, unless you're completely in 3D. And if you're completely in 3D, you're going to go, yeah, nothing, bro, right? But yeah, and then I'll come to you while you're sleeping tonight. So when you have a dream, if you see the angel of death, don't fear. I'm not there to take you. And if you see Samael in my actual guise, I'm not going to tell you this what I'm going to look like. Maybe I should, but then you could say I planted the thought into your head, right? So maybe I shouldn't do that, right? So Maddie, yeah, so we all think that and here's the thing, Maddie. Getting back to what Maddie was saying, what was I thinking when I designed this life? This is a school that is the hardest school to graduate from in the Milky Way galaxy. You volunteered for this because you've already gone through this. So every soul that's here has already gone through all of this. Whether you're in service to self and evil or whether you're in service to others and good, you've already graduated the third dimension and you decided that you're a badass. So you're like the Navy SEALs or whatever, and You've decided, I'm going to go and take the really hard course and volunteer to go deep, deep in the veiling and get out. And then this place got stuck, right? So it made it even worse. But you designed this. None of this is happening to you. It's all happening for you. Trump says, that's way too long. We always knew the truth. Most people do. 86% of the people are not from here either. 86% of you on this earth came here to help. That's why the population explosion. Go back in time to 1981. There was 2.7 billion souls on the earth. There are currently 8 billion. Okay, the majority of you came here to actually experience this awakening that you're in. This is the last lifetime you're going to have to be in unless you die today. If you die today, you might be born again. Okay? So everybody that's dying now, that dies between now and when everything changes, they're either going to come right back or they just signed on to be close to the end and they were like, woo, no, I'm not going to go back. Most of you are going to come back again because you wanted to experience this. Some of you are here for the first time, not as a first time soul, but you're coming down to graduate because you want to see what it's like for this change, because it's a different way that we're upgrading people instead of blowing up the planet, right? Indigo children, yes. Indigo children, star seed, there's different names for each generation in the past 45 years that are the new group that has come in, right? So it depends on what you know, right? Maddie, I keep hearing that. Yeah, none of this is happening to you, Maddie. It's all happening for you. You volunteered for this. It's okay. It's hard. This is the hardest place. It's hard for me. I'm a fucking archangel. It's not easy. Ask Brooke. Ask my wife, who's also an archangel. This is not an easy place. This place is the hardest place in this galaxy to go through. This shit's hard, man. But you know what? When you're done from here, you're going to go up there and people are going to look at you different. They're going to look at you and go, you went to Terra. You went to Earth. You're going to go, yeah, I sure did, man. They're going to go, what was it like? And you're going to go, it was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. And they're going to go, I would never do that. And you're going to go, that's why no one will remember your name. Okay? It's like when Hercules was sitting there and the little boy came and he had to go and fight, what was his name? Pythagoras, I think was his name. And the little boy came and said that there's this man who's the biggest man I've ever seen. I would never fight him. And he said, that's why no one will know your name. No one knows that kid's name. We will become as babies again. Yeah, when you move up, when you're done here, you'll go there and then you'll go back to where you started from. So depending on where you are, where you came here from, you'll go back to that place. Okay, so if you're fourth dimension, fifth dimension, sixth dimension, seventh dimension, you'll go back there. If you're an angel, an archangel, or above that, you'll probably go on to another planet to do this again. Okay, so you might not want to go, I want to be an archangel, because if you are, this is what we do. Okay, I am the Patal. This is what we do. We do this. We go from stuck place to stuck place because God asked us to. We go there and we get it stuck in one aspect, then we come there and help get it unstuck in another aspect. Why do we do that? Someone says to me. Why do we do that? Okay. We do that because someone needs to, so that there's an example, good and bad, right? Why would you go and get yourself mind wiped and join and come into a body legally and be born in a place where you're veiled and you don't even know who you are? Because 10% of the population here will see that I and everyone else like me did this. So when they get to a higher plane, 10% of those people will come back and do the same thing. They'll come back and sacrifice to come down to help people. And that's how it works all the way back to Creator. You have people that are helping. You do it now. You have fish, you have dogs, you have cats, you have birds, you have plants. You talk to them, you give them names, you call them names. That is expanding their consciousness and making them self-aware faster. If they lived in the wild, it would take them longer to become self-aware. They live as a domestic house cat or a dog, and you call them name, they become aware of that. They become self-aware faster. You're helping a lower being. just like someone did to you. So I didn't see that, Brooke. Can you repin that? Because the thing like clicked up and either that or you took it off. I didn't see it. There was something that was pinned and I didn't get to see what it was. So we can't really die. Your immortal soul never dies, my friend. Your immortal soul is forever and it will never die. It cannot die. It cannot be destroyed. It can be damaged. It can be damaged. The nuclear explosions that you have, thermonuclear explosions that you have on this earth, and other thermite explosions that other people do that are electromagnetic in their waveform, causes damage to the neural pathways of the creator's mind. Like when you have like a headache or a migraine headache inside your brain, and it's an it's a like a storm on the neural network of your brain, right? So you have to realize that the universe is a brain cell inside the creator. So the neural pathways that are there are what we travel on to go from one place to another without moving through time. So communication goes there in the same way that your ganglia cells, your glia cells, and your neural network in your brain works. The universe works the exact same way: as above, so below; as within, so without. So thermonuclear, anything that is electromagnetic waveform in its static, when you're exploding the atoms and you're creating a new big big bang, you're basically creating that energy. That energy reverbs down those neural pathways of the universe, and the souls that are in direct contact with that are in human form, the soul gets out of phase, and then the people have to go to a place of healing where they have to actually heal the soul. Soul can't die, but it can be damaged. I don't know if that is what you were asking. What's this? What do you think? What do you think? Brooke says, "What do you think, Bo? You know the truth." Oh, then you were talking to somebody in the crowd, right? The archangel brain. What is this? Blessed says the archangel brain. Death to those who deserve it. Bring death to those who deserve it. Bring in the strictest sense of your conversation. You are correct, depending on where and when the archangels show up to do what they show up to do, and we'll get back to that. So Trump says, when you leave here, will we remember our family from here? Absolutely, yes. Your family that is from here on the earth, you guys usually come in family units of 3 to 10 people, sometimes 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and you stay together in groups, right? So somebody that could be your mom in this life might have been your daughter in a past life, or your father in a past life, or your brother or your sister or something in a past life, and you guys come through and you work together to do things. If you're a wanderer who has come here with a group of people, you guys usually stay pretty set the way you are. Like Brooke and I've been mostly a man and she's been mostly a female in the 30 lives that we've been in physical form, but not everyone. There's a few that we switched it up and took things off, but for the most part, I've been a male and she's been a female, because our higher selves, right? I'm Samael and she's Lilith. So our higher selves, our masculine and feminine, we're already split into those two aspects. Do you see? So depending on who you are as a higher self will determine whether or not, if you're here for the first time going through third dimension, you will be a man and a woman. At different times, you'll be good and you'll be evil to go through all of the stuff on this planet. But if you're on this planet, you've already done that. But you could have come here to redo those things too, because you volunteered for this place. No one gets shipped here. This is not a prison. Okay, so this one says, what is this? Is astral? In astral, I have stars on the filaments of my golden waist belt. Does that mean anything to you? If you have stars on your golden waist belt, chances are you have what, 3 of them? If you have 3 stars on your belt, then that would mean that you're telling yourself that you came from Orion's belt, which then would be suggestive. If that's what you feel, so chances are that's why. How many stars do you have on your belt? Is it 7? So the amount of stars, if you only have 3 and they're on the belt, then I would say that you're trying to tell yourself that you came from Orion, A lot of us came from Orion. Let me know what you think on that, please, Raven, and we can get further into that. It depends on what you're trying to tell yourself, right? No, there's many in on other tools also. So you have stars on a bunch of stuff, right? Okay, wait a minute, hold on. Blessed says, okay, my friend, I have a maybe your higher self can tell me what about Muslims in God's plan? Every single way of spiritual practice on this earth is identical to all the other ways. The only thing that has changed in all of those ways is that the way that originally was told to you by the prophet that came down here has now been changed by people, and that people have decided that they have a design, a way that they want you to do the thing that that person said to do, and that's what the religion is created out of. Do you see? So Muslims in and of themselves are the same as Christians in and of themselves. They're both religions where came from the Hebrew religion in the book of Moses. Okay, so in one religion they say there is only one God, and that's the God Adonai that they're talking about, and Muhammad is the prophet. There is only one God, the God Adonai, and the word Adonai means he who is without name, by the way. So if anybody's going to complain about that and say, but wait, Moses spoke to God and said, who am I? He said, I am, right? So Adonai means I am. Okay, so the both of them is there is only one God, and this one is the prophet. So the religions are going to war over who the prophet is. The way that both of those persons were talking about was the same way to get to heaven. It's the same way that everybody else was. So Muslims and that Muslim religion is just another facet of any of the other religions that are on earth. All of them are a choice that is there for everybody to choose from. And what part of that religion that you believe in, Christian zealots, Muslim zealots, or non, will determine how peaceful you are and whether you discover the actual way. User 132 says, what if a family member carried out evil acts to another family member is still part of the family? Well, see, if you look at some of the semantical things about a religion, if you look at the Hebrew religion, they would say that if you did evil in a past life, you're going to have a problem in this life, and you'll be, blind or deaf, or those are things that children come up with. If you were blind or deaf or something like that in this life, it's because that's what you chose when you wrote your life. You wanted to have that difficulty. If a family member, the sins of the father, let's go to Christianity, the sins of the father, you as a person can't be held responsible for some action that somebody in your family did. That was them. They did that. You can't condemn an entire family. Some religious and part of the religious practices say that that's not the thing. You have to decide if you're going to believe that or not. In the eyes of the Creator, there is no wrong. There is just experience. If somebody does something evil, it's because they chose to do that. And that's not on you. You're an individual and you have your own individuality. You're not going to be judged by something that your father did or somebody above that. So, I mean, you could ask a cleric in one of the religions and they'll go, that's absolutely not true. If you're evil, if your forefathers were evil, you're evil forever. And that's like saying there's going to be a judgment day, and that at some point God is going to judge you for what you did 30 lifetimes ago, and now you're going to go to hell for all of eternity and you can never come back. That's just not true. That's not how it works in the universe. It's just not how it works. You're not going to die and go up to this place where you're going to have some guy standing at a gate that's pearly with a big book with your name's in it. You get to come in, and if it's not, you got to go to hell. That's just not how it works. You judge you, brother, right? So Trump says, I have an M in my hand. Does that mean, what does that mean? Do you think it means the M? If you have an M in your hand, it means that you're a healer, my friend. We call that like the duck palm. Leonard is a Reiki master teacher, and I have the same. If you look, I have the it looks like a duck palm in my hand. I have that M in my hand. If you have that, it means that you're a healer. It means that you came here as a healer. More than likely, you're a starseed. You're a wanderer. You came here to actually help the people that are here, and you can identify that. And palm readers find also there's There's actually Archangel, Ascended Master symbols that are in the hands that people can see. If you find someone who can read palms, they can tell you that sort of stuff. But if you do have an M in your hand, you came here to help these people, and that's an identifying mark. It's one of the reasons why people want you to see your palms a lot. In a lot of the cultures, you put your hand up, you show that you don't have a weapon in it, and you put your hand out, and people want to read your hand because of that. Let's see, what else? What else? God's servant service says, "What am I? Let's see if you know anything." You're a troll, because only a troll would ask that kind of question. Somebody who has ego is trying to prove something would ask that kind of question. What are you? You are an immortal soul. Let's see if you know anything. What am I? You're an immortal soul. You came here from a higher plane to have this experience. Chances are 86%, let me get serious now, 86% chance that you're an angel, my friend, an ascended master, because only ascended masters and angels come to a planet like this one. This is a really hard one. But if you're trying to get specific, right? Blessed said Yahweh, Yahweh mine, right? So yeah, but if you're asking that question, you're a troll, dude. Come on. What am I? I could have said the same thing. That's like, I joke about that when somebody says, you're going to call one of those psychic hotlines, and I'm like, if they were real, they would call me. Right? So I've been told that a lot. Trump, right? Yeah. If you're listening to me and you already didn't think I was crazy, and you're in this audience right now, and I hope I didn't offend you, brother, when I said that to you, that you're a troll if you asked that, and you were talking to fucking Samael, bro. Okay, so yeah, let's see what you know. I'm not trying to be mean to you. I'm just in that mood. Okay. So yeah, so you were trolling the guy above. Oh, all right. I apologize to you, bro. I didn't know that. So you were trolling the guy above. Okay, brother. Then I apologize for you for saying that. I just looked down, dude, and that's what I saw, man. So I was just answering that. You get him, right? So, so I'm just look. I'm in that mood. This is why I'm doing the Angel of Death, Samael, not the angel. I'm not Archangel Good Guy Samael today. I'm not in that fucking mood. So I came in here to be the angel of death, and I'm the demon god, but I'm being honest and telling the truth. There is no bad, right? So why do we have to wait so long? We're ready now. I said the same shit, brother. I've been here in human form for 30 fucking lifetimes, okay? And I was sitting around with my buddy Paul, who's now deceased, and he's up there, and he laughs at me because he's up there and he's still working. He's also an archangel, by the way. I'm not going to tell you who he is because you guys will kind of freak out if I start telling you everybody that I know, but I know them all. And he says, we're sitting around one time, literally sitting around a campfire, and I said, bro, when's this shit going to start? I'm tired. I've been here a long time, right? That's the problem, brother. The problem is this place got stuck. It's supposed to be stuck. It was volunteered. You came down here, and then it got stuck. Okay? So now the rest of us are here that we're mopping up and fixing it. And we're stuck too. So some of us have been here for a really long time, and we're tired, man. Right? We're tired. And the people that are here, they don't understand it. If they're here for the first time, they didn't come from the higher place to just come here to fix it. They came to be here in that, and they've been stuck. They don't know it either, and they're just like, man, I've been here a long time, and it's confusing, and I don't know what's going on. I want to go home. Everybody wants to go home, brother. But know this. This is the last lifetime you're going to have to be on this earth. Okay? Know that. This is the last lifetime, I promise you, that you will have to stay here unless you choose to stay here in fourth dimension or fifth dimension. You will not have to be in this scenario anymore, okay? This is the only time in the world, in this existence of the world, that I can tell you that. Unless you die tomorrow, and then you might be reborn to come in as a little baby to see this, right? And there Azrael, you called, you rang, right? So, yeah, that's hilarious, right? We're talking in here. Yes, yeah, we're talking in here, right? So you have to realize, somebody said that about Samael. Wait a minute, so Samael's not the only angel of death. What about Azrael? How do you explain that? Azrael also does that. Not everybody is the angel of death, like not everybody is the Metatron. right? So there's many people who is the Metatron, who is the voice of God. Jesus was one of them. Listen to the Bibles; they'll tell you that, right? So some of us, it's a big job that we do, right? Some of us come from another plane of existence to come here, and some of this stuff overlaps. Archangels, angels of death, angels of demons, that sort of thing, right? In this world right now, I can tell you that I'm Samael, and Samael is an archangel of both light and darkness. So I can throw that at you and freak you the hell out, right? So how do we know how many lifetimes you live? You as a person generally in third dimension, if you were here going through the regular third dimensional trip to this world, you would be here between 7 and 10 lifetimes, and that would be it. Okay, 7 to 10 lifetimes is what it takes the average person, the average soul, to go from I think, therefore I am, to I am, therefore I think, and move up into 4D. Okay, but on this planet, it's more than that because it's an ultra stuck planet that was designed to be this really, really difficult school. So this one's longer. This one's more like 30,000 to 50,000 years, but it got stuck. Okay, so everybody's been here, unless you just came in the last few lifetimes to be one of the people that are coming here to walk on and get the trophy for being here and going through this upgrade. If you've been one of the people who've been here since the beginning, you've been here for almost 77,000 years. Okay, so normally 7 to 10 lifetimes, depending on who you are and how many and why you're here on Earth, whether you're going through third dimension for the first time, because there's a couple people that made it here to do that, or if you're going through it for the second time, or if you're a higher self that came to help. If you're a higher self that came to help, you signed on for 77,000 years and you've been here a long time, right? If they are fractals, are they more than one for each angel per, hold on, I got to do the down thing here, per incarnate at a time? That's very possible. That is very possible if you look at the soul that was the Buddha, that was Lao Tzu, that was Jesus. That soul is the same soul that was many, many souls that were here and came like every other lifetime to be different people. So you have that. You can literally be here right now as who you are, and whether you're in service to others or in service to self, you could literally have yourself as a fracture of you as an evil person on this earth somewhere else that is living a completely different life from yours. And when you move into your higher self, you could actually tap into that person and know who that person is on earth. But if you're down here and you're veiled and you're not supposed to remember, then you won't get to know who yourself is. You could actually meet yourself and hate yourself. You could actually be trying to kill yourself and not know it. That's actually very possible. How can we speed it up? The only way that you can speed it up is to learn the lessons that you wrote down for yourself before you were born. Very simple. Pay attention to what you're doing when this matrix gives you lessons. Learn from them. That's what you came here to do. So you have to, at some point, learn that and realize, if something keeps happening to you, like tell Satan to leave, right? No, that's funny. Satan doesn't exist the way you think. I'm Satan the way you think. So literally you have to realize that you write down what it is that you want to learn, and this place gives you that opportunity. So if you're sitting there and you go, why is it that people keep dying around me? Why is it that I've lost 4 friends? I've lost 2 family members in the last 6 months. There's something about death and that experience of death. Maybe the going through the process of healing from that. I don't know. You'll have to figure that out. So you see those things keep coming up. Why is it that I keep losing my job? You're the common denominator. Figure out what it is that you're doing that's causing that. Those are the lessons that you need to learn, right? So tell Satan to leave. Satan, what you're thinking of is this battle between good and evil that you think is actually happening in your mind. It's your ego and your conscience. You're supposed to internalize that and decide which one you're going to be. But then externally, it's playing out where you have evil people and you have good people. So you have the collective consciousness of evil and the collective consciousness of good people, right? And so there's the microcosm to the macrocosm. So as below, so above, as within, so without. So what you have on Earth is you have the dynamic right now of 86% of the population being in service to others and 14% being in service to self. And of that 14%, 1% of that population controls everything. So they're trying to keep everybody in the dynamic of status quo stuck here. Okay. So telling Satan to leave, that dynamic is the yin and the yang, the Vesica Pisces, the creator, they like this scenario. So that's never going to change. Until the creator comes up with a different scenario, this is the way it's going to be in third dimension, where you're going to have good and evil. And then when you go to a different planet, the dynamic between good and evil, the percentage, like here it's 86% in service to others and 14% in service to self, that fluctuates a little bit depending on the third dimensional planet, because each logos, each solar system and planetary body makes up its own dynamic of where how much evil to good ratio that they have. Evil very rarely outnumbers good, but there has to be some places where it's like 90-10 evil good, just because the universe has to have everything, and some people volunteer to go to those. I don't know if that makes sense to you. So you can speed it up going back to that by doing that, by learning what you're supposed to learn. Don't lose the lessons, basically. Correct. You have to learn them. Identify them and learn the lessons is what you need to know. I give you a follow, finally someone that knows. Thank you, Titus. I will follow you back. That's what I'm here to tell you, right? I have come to this earth to tell you the things that are going on that are in the universe. And I've come here to do that. And in this life, I have come along with a bunch of other group of us have come here to help you guys to give you the tools that you need to get back off of here. They're here. They've been in front of you your entire existence. You just have been distracted away from them. So when people say, how do I speed that up? You have to be paying attention. What things am I supposed to be learning? So that means you have to pay attention to the matrix and not the distractions, the distortions. The evil people create distortions like TikTok, where you have to go flick, 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 shortening your attention span, or brainwashing you with the programming on television or the legacy news media that is distracting you away from, keeping you distracted by, you have to go to work and you need to work all these hours, then you're too tired. When you go home, you just want to do nothing but brainless stuff, and you don't want, they encourage you to be alcohol and drugs, and they encourage you to get onto the social medias and all of that and waste your life, so you never learn the lessons that you're supposed to learn. That's what they do. You're supposed to learn that. You're supposed to realize that and go, what do I need to do to get out of here, man? Right? So let's see. Elzarel, I always say your name wrong, brother. Leo is very knowledgeable to everyone. Thank you. Yeah. So please support us. Hit those hearts, people. Give me those hearts, because that's what allows me to unlock stuff on TikTok, so that I can then be more popular and give more people information when I come on live on TikTok. There's a game that TikTok makes us play, right? Please support me and follow me, and then give me those hearts, and I don't even know if I have the fan club that you can join enabled. I'll have to look at that. Brooke, tell me if I have that so people can do it. If not, I'll have to do it. There you go. Thank you. Right, I do have that. So join the fan club and hit those buttons for me, right? What have you done personally? What have I done personally? I have. You're talking about Leonard, or are you talking about Samael? Samael's an archangel. I've done all kinds of fucking shit. But Leonard is a religious scholar who is. I actually have. There's a book right there behind me. There's a book right there that I've published. I have 4 books that I've published. I am a minister of 4 different religions. I was knighted by the Holy Roman Catholic Church. I have a Sir title. I'm a theologian. I'm also a psychic. I teach people spirituality, non-denominational, like we've been talking about. I also teach people how to unlock your gifts. I'm a spiritual life coach. So is my wife. I'm a Reiki master teacher. I have all kinds of credentials. I used to work for federal governments, not under this name, but under 3 other names. I used to work for the United States, the English government, and the Irish government as a private contractor. I was listed as a chemist in the United States for 10 years. I don't know if that's what you were asking about. Is that what you were asking about? You can look me up. My name is still all over the internet. I have a podcast called Orion Rising that I have been teaching people for since 2017, 2016. I don't know if that's what you were asking. Yeah, I have a Merlin title. I have the title Merlin. So I'm an alchemist as well, as a chemist. I don't know if that's what you were asking, but you can look in my bio and you can see the stuff, right? Trump says it feels like I have lived two different lives in this lifetime. Is there a, and then I don't see the rest of the question. Um, is there a reason that I feel that? Well, we go through changes when you come in, you live, but you also may be sensing that you're split into another person that's on the earth. But we go through changes as we come in, and we're veiled. And as we evolve, even in one lifetime, you could become unveiled. You start learning the things that you're supposed to learn, and that wakes you up. You start getting downloads, and that wakes you up. When you have downloads and you start waking up, you will look at your life, and you will feel that you're two different people, because you are now somebody that is completely different. If you start unveiling in a life, you will then re-look at your entire life. You will literally realize that you're a different person now, right? So what is that? What is that? Low Crozy? Is how you say that? Hold on, I didn't get to read what Low Crozy said. Maybe counterpart. Yeah, it's very possible. What was the Low Crozy comment? I didn't get to see that one, Brooke, and you popped it up, and then it was there. And I had a channeling experience when I was very young. How can you control what comes to thought? How can you control what comes to thought? Um, okay, so you have to have somebody who is helping you to learn how to channel properly. Wait, was that the same question, or was that a different one that you had up just now, Brooke? So when you're channeling, depending on who taught you how to channel, you have to. I was just working with a person. Some people, when they go to channel, the first thing they do. I was referring to the struggles of the distortion dynamic, demonic attacks. Okay, then I'll come back to that. Okay, so leave that one up, book, for a second, and I'll come back to that one. So sometimes when people channel, they move over completely, and they let the channel take over, and they're like in the background watching, and they don't have any control. And if you do it that way, then if it works for you, that's okay. I don't teach people to do that. I teach people to do this. So I'm present at the same time that Samael is literally next to me. So if you ask a question to Leonard, I will literally start talking to you. And if you ask a question from Samael, who's also here, Samael's in my head talking right now, wanting to answer questions. So Samael will start then talking, and I'll switch back and forth. If you watch my eyes when I'm talking, that's why I keep taking off my glasses. If you watch my eyes, you can see the difference. Those people who know how to see the difference will. Those people who have the sight will see the difference in that. So you were talking about the struggles and the distortions and demonic attacks, is what you were saying, right? But that's a remote viewing. Yes. So yeah. So are you asking how you deal with that? That's when you were talking about the out of body thing, right? Is that what you were talking about? But you're done remote viewing. But have you done remote viewing? Yes, I have. I've done that a lot. I used to work for some police organizations in solving crimes psychically. And so where I would literally remote view a crime scene, and then go backwards in time and find out who hurt the person. I've done that quite a few times. The last one that I did was a few years ago. There was a couple that are very popular in the United States. There was one where a man said that his daughter left, and something happened to her. And then it turned out that, he said that he just put her out into the garage, and then she disappeared, and he didn't know what happened to her. And the fact is that he beat her and she died, and then he went and hid her body. And I was part of the team who actually discovered. I was the one who said this is where her body is, along the railroad tracks, in a blue garbage can along the railroad tracks. And the police went there and found her body, and I was the one who told them that. I was the only one that had the ability to be able to not get like really freaked out about the death of seeing, because some people can't do that even psychically, and they'll go there. Let's see, it happened spontaneous to me coming through a friend of mine. That's usually the first way you go out of body or remote view, is because of that. If you have abilities, you'll get yanked out for some reason, and you'll be like, "Whoa, what just happened?" Then you need to find somebody that can help you with that. The same thing with channeling, so that you can so that you can just move over and just it's like you're literally sitting side by side, because that's the way it is. We're sitting side by side, and then as soon as you guys address Samael, Samael starts talking, and as soon as you address Leonard, I start talking. Unless I'm talking as Kelto, and then that's a different subject completely, because that's the higher self, right? So my first experience, I was pulled out of body when I was, I don't know, it was probably about 7 or 8. I was pulled out of body, and I was walking around just as my soul, and I was seeing life, and I could talk to the trees and stuff, and I was like, wow, this is what it looks like when you're not in a body looking at this stuff, and that's kind of cool. And it had been a minute since I remembered that. So we teach you how to do that, and people get scared because they're afraid they're not going to find their way back. But you have that silver cord that is attached. The creator made sure to attach a cord, like an umbilical cord, to your soul, to your body. So if you get out too long and you get lost, it'll yank you back in. That scares you when you come in. You'll be laying there sleeping, and then all of a sudden you'll come in and go boom, and you feel like you're in the air, and you land, and you're like, whoa, what the hell was that? You're freaking out. You came in too hard because you were out too long, or something happened and your body pulled you back, thinking that it was in danger, and so you woke up in the body. So yeah, that does happen, and you'll get used to it. But it's always good to try and find somebody that can help you with this stuff, right? You have to, because if you're channeling and you're moving over completely and you're in the background and you're allowing that person to channel, you have to make sure that the person you're channeling is not, negative, not self-serving. Because if you're self-serving, they're gonna be able to do things that you don't want them to do. Most of the time, if you're going to be channeling something, it's very rare that you're going to channel something evil. But a lot of people are always worried about that, and they're always going, "How do you know you're not just channeling the CIA or some deep state people in a room somewhere?" And that they're, people that are paranoid want you to believe that nobody has the ability to do anything except for talk to the CIA, right? Come on, get out of here with that. I'd like to learn how to channel. You can find people that can do that. My wife and I are going to be conducting courses. I don't know where in the world you are. We're in New South Wales, Australia, but we will be working online and doing Zoom courses. So if you don't find someone that you vibe with, look up Merlin and Maeve, look up Brooke O'Neill and myself online, and follow us and then message us, and then when we get that class together, we can work with you. We are going to do that to teach people how to do that, right? Because there's a lot of people that came here to actually do things like that. When you start sleeping and fall off, I didn't see that because everything's running by. When you start sleeping and fall off when the curb, thank you, Brooke, for putting that up, and fall off the curb a few moments later, and then I hit the button and it goes back because the thing comes up, fall off the curb, that you're pulled back, and then that you're being pulled back. Yeah, if you start to go out and you get yanked back, it's either you're not trusting yourself, or your body is for some reason something happened, that the dog barks, or somebody knocked on the door, something's pulling you back into your body. So if you pull off, and that would happen, right? So yeah, be careful what you ask for with channeling. Yeah, you have to make sure that channeling is rough. Channeling is rough on the body. If you know Reiki, if you're a Reiki practitioner, you understand what happens when you transmute a lot of energy. When I'm done here, I'm going to have to, I have water here, and I haven't drank any, but I have water here, and I ate some food to have sugar. And after this, I will go immediately and eat, and my wife will take care of me, because I will be phasing. I'll be half out of my body and half in my body still. Okay. And when you transmute that kind of energy and people come in, you burn up a lot of the water in your body, and you burn up a lot of the sugar that's in your body. So you have to be careful with that, first of all. Then you have to be careful of who you're channeling. In fact, I should take a drink. Thank you, Brooks. I should take a drink. Who you're channeling, you have to make sure that you get introduced to the right person who's waiting for you to channel. And you have to vet that entity to make sure that entity's not, in fact, evil trying to get in, right? Yes, yes, we do. Yes, we do. It's a little more difficult. I haven't done it for a while, because I try not to I try not to view things, like people say. I had somebody say to me, "So you could like come to my house and stalk me, and I wouldn't know it." Right? Even my wife did that when she was here by herself in Australia and I was in America, and she sensed that I was watching over her, and she got on the phone with me on the video, and she was like, "You were here watching me while I was showering, weren't you?" And I was like, "Yeah, but that's not why I was there." I mean, yeah, because you're hot, but I wasn't doing that just because it wasn't being a peeping tom. I was actually there making sure that the energy was cleared out and I was walking the house, and she laughed, right? Come on. I'm like, no, yeah, I wouldn't do that. That's not what my primary reason for being. So people get weirded out, and they think that, that if you can remote view that you're going to spy on them like the invisible man, and free will, you still have free will. So if you don't want somebody to watch you, you can say no and they can't watch you, right? So nobody's like, it's not like the movies where like the devil is all powerful and can take your soul, and you have to give them permission. They have to make you afraid of them in some way or give you permission, right? So I found that I couldn't turn it off, and the entity was becoming frustrated and asked me to stop. Yeah, well, see, that's the thing. You have to learn. If you're going to be channeling, you have to figure that out, right? We can also view through animals. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. So you have to realize, reading what my wife put up there. So you have to realize that you're in charge. You're in charge of you, right? And they all have to have permission to work with you, but you also have to have permission to work with whatever energy that you're working with. You have to learn if you guys can get along, and if you do get along and you're drawn to each other, then you can work together. But you also have to learn how to sever the connection, right? If you ever watch psychics when they're doing medium work and they're talking and they'll say, okay, I'm going to clear my energy from this person's guides and higher self and family members. I'm going to clear this energy and release that energy. You have to learn how to do that, right? So do you train remote viewing? Yes, we do. I train for everything. I've been doing that on Facebook. I had a group called Psychic Reading and Development where we taught people every psychic ability for about 10 years. There was a group of us that were doing it. We just stopped doing it on Facebook recently, but we had a group that's all we did was you would come in and we would talk to you and work with you. And if you wanted to learn any kind of abilities, we were helping you learn those abilities and unlock them. Every single person that is here, you are a part of the creator. Okay, you are a part of the creator. You literally can create, which means you can unlock every ability that you can imagine that you have, and you can use those abilities. You just have to say to your higher self, to this matrix, this is what I want and this is what I want to do. Okay, isn't this a certain degree which witchcraft? Well, it depends on what you mean. The word witch used to mean wise one. It used to mean something different than you think it means today. In fact, the word hex, when someone says hex, is actually a German word that means witch. People don't know that. Hexa, it means witch. So witchcraft was a term that the Roman Catholic Church. Remember that I'm knighted by the Holy Roman Catholic Church. If you haven't read my bio, I'm a minister, and I have a ministry from the Universal Life Church in Phoenix, Arizona, and I was knighted by the Holy Roman Catholic Church in Rome. So I'm not coming from a standpoint of I hate the churches, right? But the church labeled everything that was not theirs as witchcraft or pagan. Um, Everything that is not, just like the Hebrews, who were Israelis, they were Hebrew and that was their religion, and everybody that was not a Hebrew was a Gentile. Okay, and everybody that is not from the Middle East is an infidel. They are somebody that is infiltrating them. So witchcraft is a term that was given to, but then there are people, Wiccans, that's a religion that was originally females, the other half of the Druid religion. That was masculine and feminine originally. Now the men and women are both Druids and Wiccans. I have a priestly title, the Merlin title in the Druid religion, which is it's a priestly title just like any other, except for it has more alchemy and training for out of body stuff and shaman stuff and all of that as well. But that was originally something because of Wicca
They called it witchcraft. They said it was evil, and that that because of that you need they're demons and they're devils, and that's just people trying to control someone from another religion that doesn't want you to expand your consciousness in any way, because our religion is the right religion, and all those other people are evil. Do you see? My younger brother is in a theological college today, right? The Druids were the lost tribe of Dan. Well, yes, and they were also, um, Merlin is not a person. Everyone says Merlin the magician from the Arthurian tales, but it's a title, right? But the Druids, yeah, the Druids from the Danann, the Tuatha De Danann, they were the lost tribe of the Dan from the Dudannan. They literally, they originated in Wales and Ireland, Wales and Scotland, where the Druids came from. I have the Green Man tattooed on my back because I am the Green Man. So no, you're right. So they came from the that's where you get the Druid title, the tribe of Dan, because they were the Tuatha De Danann. That was the Tuatha De Danann. So you have the Wiccans that come from that, and that's the feminine version of all the feminine energy, and then you had the Druids that were all masculine originally, and now they've integrated back, which is what they were supposed to do. But you know more about the Druids than most people do, that you have anything to do with understanding High Brazil, or High Brazil, depending on if you're English or not. So yeah, give me somebody's, smash those hearts. Marcus, follow me, brother. But yeah, the Druids were they were the Celts, that Southern Vikings that were very nature oriented, not the warlike culture. They were very nature oriented in the charm of making. You probably know the charm in making. If you do, let me know. Marcus, if you know that much about the Druids, you may know the charm of making. And then I'll ask you if you know it in the Irish and in the Welsh, which if you know what it is, and if you know it in the which language do you know it in? I can speak it in both. Right, it's almost identical. It's just a dialect. When I experienced Kundalini symptoms, I met people. I met people who could tell what was that experience. So yeah, so the Kundalini is just the masculine energy. There are two energies there. The Kundalini fire is two energies. The Celtic knotwork, it's two energies, masculine and feminine. Kundalini, Kunda buffer. Kundalini is masculine, Kunda buffer is feminine, and that Kundalini fire is the expansion of your consciousness that has to do with the Christ oil, the Christ within. It's the energy that you're drawing from the universe that you pull up through your feet, up through into your optic thalamus up here in your head, the eye of Horus, the third eye that you have. So the Kundalini symptoms, with the Kundalini energy, if you know what it is, you can harness that energy and pull it on purpose and activate your chakras and pull up and then illuminate yourself and expand your consciousness. There's this Christ oil that happens within every single person that needs that Kundalini energy to the balance of the two energies to join as one in the base of that's the sword and the stone at the base of your spine that goes up your 33 vertebrae, 33 years of Jesus, the Christ. It becomes Christed, as above, so below, right? As within, so without. How many people have the ability to see it happening in others? There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that, because what you have to realize is that 86% of the population is not from here, and they've come here from a higher plane. So everyone can have that ability if they want to learn it, but not everybody wants to learn every ability. So I don't know. There's probably about 1 million people on Earth that have that ability. There's my wife Brooke, who was in the audience, talking in the audience, and she just came in to grab my drink to fill up my drink. She's the one that's pinning everything for me in the audience, guys. She's in the other room, and she's producing me from out there and being my admin. So, how many people? There's probably about 1 million people on Earth that can see the Kundalini energy when it happens in someone else. Just like there's probably about 2 million people that can see the auras, right? How many people have the ability to see that? Oh, that's the one that. Okay, so Yeah, I met a fair few by coincidence when I was going through it. Yeah, so it depends, right? Are the Fae part of the original creation group? Yes, the Fae. You're referring to those people who are out of phase with this reality. They will be back in phase again. There's an entire set of people that moved out of phase. The Fae were part of this earth and the creation of this earth, but when the people got stuck, when the people fell and got stuck, you fell back into third dimension very hard. That's why I'm here. That's why there's so many of us that are here, and the archangels have now come to fix this place. There was a bunch of us who came anyways, but the archangels were didn't know if we were going to have to expose ourselves. Well, now we are. Okay. So the Fae are here living with you, but they're in 4D now, so you don't see them. They're just at a phase with your reality. Eventually, when as we move you into 4D, you're going to start seeing all of that stuff again. More people are going to see the fairy kin, the wee folk, the dragons, and things like that. They're going to come back into. You're going to move into their reality. They're not going to come back into this reality, but you're gonna move into their reality because we're shifting you into 4D and 5D. So when you get there, you're going to catch back up to them because they were here with us, and the people here, the humans, fell when the bad guys took control of this place and held you in 3D. And we're here restoring that balance so that you guys can move up. So when you do, you're going to see them again. Some people are already able to see them because they've already opened up enough to where they can see 4D and 5D. So I can already communicate with them and see them, and other people can. And some people get weirded out when it happens, and they go, "What was that? When did that happen?" And I knew a guy back 30 years ago that thought he was going crazy. Yeah, I met a fair few coincidence when I was going to, when you were going to what? I don't know what the rest of that is. I don't know where the rest of that is. When I was going through, yeah, I met a few by coincidence when I was going through it. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, you find this guy. His name was Ron. I don't know where he is today, but he had a shop over in California when I was living in California, and he wrote. It was called A Fairy Tale, and he wrote a book about it called A Fairy Tale. One day he could see fairies, thought he was losing his mind, thought he had gone insane, and was, and eventually they talked to him, and they convinced him, "You're not crazy," and then he was trying to help them. To reestablish with people here in this world by making contact. When the Messiah awakes, so does freedom. Yeah, the masses. I'm sorry, the masses. When the masses awake, so does freedom. Yes, once what we're doing here. Normally, you're supposed to wake up, and then you get your freedom. You wake up, you unveil, you get to leave. Okay, this place got stuck. So we have to give that back to people. And what we've decided, the creator thought it would be a good idea because we came up with this idea. What if we move them back to where they're supposed to be in 4D? What if we shift all of them instead of blowing up the planet or having a calamity? The creator went, "That's a good idea. Let's try it." So yes, there is going to be a mass awakening. It's already starting. And when that happens, then this entire societal structure is going to change, and that will be done by 2050. These are people I've met and see every now and then, right? I felt profound energy from them. Yeah, they especially if they're weak kin, right, or weak folk, then they have a completely different energy than you do, and most of them are not self-serving. Most of them are in service to others, and so the energy that you're going to get off of them is going to be 4D and 5D energy, which is very lovely energy, and without all of this negative chaos that we have here. You're still going to have ego, but the ego being in charge, like right now, the evil people are, the powers that should not be are in charge of most of the places. Yeah, no coincidences. They're in charge of most things. That is going to wane, right? Thank you, Brooke, by the way, for bringing that in. So most of that is going to wane as we shift, and they're not going to have that much control anymore, and it's gonna make them mad, but they can't do anything about it. More people that wake up, like was said in the audience, there's going to be freedom because the more people who unveil, the less people they can control or convince with their Jedi mind trick or their gaslighting. People go, "Yeah, I'm just not buying it." Right? It's like the way people are seeing AI. AI is going to come and go very fast. AI is coming in and everybody's looking at stuff and going, I don't even want AI in this group anymore, you know? And we're making people now say that you created this with AI because we get annoyed. That was created with AI. Get out of here with that, right? Can you talk about the hierarchical structure of the Fae briefly? Well, it depends on it depends on the group. When you get outside hierarchical, let's start with hierarchical. What's the word? Samael's coming through now. Okay, there is only hierarchy in the caste system in third dimension. Okay, that caste system goes away very quickly when you wake up and you realize that evil people are not in charge. Evil people are in charge only when your ego is allowed. If you feed your ego, you will seek power, you will seek money, you will seek fame. Okay, that's the hierarchy, that's the caste system that you're talking about. One person in charge and everybody beneath them. It's like a pyramid scheme. It's the pyramid system where you have the high table and the little tables and the smaller tables. That's third dimension. Okay, so the Fae operate in the fourth and the fifth dimension. That hierarchy that you're talking about is different in fourth dimension and fifth dimension. It goes away and people become equal. So by the time you get to the level of an angel or an archangel, nobody's in charge. God, the creator, is the only thing in charge, and that's not even a thing that is do as I say and not as I do kind of rule by the iron hand. That none of that is happening. So it's kind of hard because the answer to your question is no one's in charge because everyone is in the Fae. So only when the Fae was here was there a hierarchy, and anyone who tries to tell you there is a patriarchy or a hierarchy, they're applying third dimensional construct to fourth and fifth dimensional things. People here tend to do that. If you go online, you can see that they'll show you the Patal, the people who created, say, the Lyrans and the Orion Wars, and everything you see in there is always third dimensional. You see the Lyran people look like lions, and then you see the bad guy Anunnakis, and they're always bipedal humanoids, right? So that's a third dimensional construct of this place, and it's not accurate to what that was, right? So I can't see that thing that's up there. Okay, here we go. I thought Fae was two dimensional. No, no, they were originally two dimensional, just like we were originally two dimensional. The Fae were third dimensional beings that we were able to see, and they exist in a dimension right now that's just outside of your dimensionality because they're actually phased out from you. They're not two dimension. Two dimension is like dog cat. Is a two dimensional being is someone who's not self aware. So the only hierarchy that works in there is the hierarchy of pack mentality, right? So you have like monkeys, and there's one that's in charge because they're starting to become self-aware, to become humans, right? This may sound crazy. Nothing ever sounds crazy. This may sound crazy, but I feel I've witnessed a change in frequency of a man in his eyes changed. If they did, then yes. This is why I take my glasses off. Okay, this is why I do this when I'm channeling. If you see the color of my eyes and the look in my eyes when I'm just Leonard O'Neill, and then when I'm channeling and I'm talking to you as a higher being, there is a change because what's coming through to you right now, Leonard has moved over and Samael is talking to you. Okay, so if you have the sight and the ability to see the soul that is Leonard when he's talking, you'll see a difference in the look in my eyes. And the color of my eyes will also change. So if you see somebody who gets like darker eyes, that's usually because they're channeling somebody who's dark, or their higher self is evil, or they are actually evil and they're coming through that way. Unless they're a witcher and of course they drank something and then they're going to turn with the black eyes, and look out when that happens. Get the fuck out of the witcher's way. I don't know if you guys have ever played that game, read the books, or watched the show, but my wife has the books and I love the show. Okay, so I apologize. Brooke, did you have something else that had popped up that I missed? So no, that's why I try to take these off, but I have to put them on. These eyes from this body are damaged and I can't read very well. So even when I'm channeling or anyone else is channeling through these eyes, I would have to change the eyes to be able to see. I can see a distance great, and I could read about this far away, but that far away, this eye can read it, but that one's blurry, right? So I would have to, focus just on one eye to read it. So it's easier for me to put on reading glasses really quick and then take them off. But I leave these off and leave my eyes open so that you can see the difference. Some people, like the guy who channels Bashir, closes his eyes. A lot of people do it that way. That bugs me when people do that because I can't see their eyes because I like to see who's in there. But you can tell by the body language. Look at Bashir. You can't. If you met Bashir, you would know who Bashir is. Bashir is bombastic. Bashir is loud. I love Bashir. He's funny, right? So if you didn't know who Bashir was, you would go, he's just making that up. But if you ever met Bashir off world, you would see that that's Bashir, man. And there's some people that channel some of the people that are council members that I know, and I'll watch them. There's a woman who does that, and I'll watch her, and she's channeling, and she doesn't know who she's channeling, and she's like, I'm channeling somebody from with this council, and she'll start talking in her body language, and I'm like, oh, I know that guy. I know who she's channeling, right? I've met that dude, and he talks just like that, and he's got this way about him. So you learn that kind of stuff, right? So I love Bashir too, right? Bashir is so bombastic and just a matter of fact, and he's just always, look, right? So I'm Samael. My attitude is the same, right? So Bashir is just a matter of fact. Don't be stupid, right? And so I love him to death because of that. Because don't fuck with Bashir. He'll just tell you to fuck off, and off you will fuck, right? I mean, he doesn't do that, but he could, and he would, and he has in other places. Bashir's fun. I like Bashir. Do you know the lady that channels Raphael? No, channeling. Um, I personally know Jesus's mom, Mary, and some woman who I never met channeled Mary back when Leonard was 22 years of age, and Leonard showed up to see if it was actually Mary. I didn't know the person who was channeling Mary at the time, and I don't know the soul who was the person channeling Mary. But when Mary was in there, I knew that was Mary, and I could confirm that that was really Mary. But I didn't come there to do that. I came there because I wanted to see, is this person really going to channel Mary? I'm going to check this out, right? And so then Mary came through, and I was like, Holy Mary, that's Jesus's mom. And I didn't realize that she was going to have the sight. And I was sitting there, and nobody knew who I was. And Mary came in, saw me, and came over to me. And her handlers were like, what is happening? What is going on? And she came over to me and shook my hand and said, I didn't expect to see you here. How are you doing? And we had a conversation. And then she was like, oh, I'm supposed to be channeling, aren't I? I'm supposed to be answering questions. I better get to it. And I sat down, and people around me were like, how do you know her? And I was like, I'm not here to upstage her. I was just here to see if that was really her. So everybody pay attention. And I didn't tell anybody why Mary knew me. Right. So, but we know Raphael. Yeah. So we know, I could probably ask Raph, but do you know how many people channel? Even me. Well, not very many people want to channel Samael, right? Let's be serious. They're afraid of Samael because of being the king of demons and the chosen, chosen archangel, not the chosen, right? Everybody says they're the chosen. I'm the chosen one. That's a third dimensional construct. We're all the chosen one. But I'm also the angel of death and the Lord of the demons, and I'm married to Lilith, the queen of demons. And so some people are afraid. They don't want to challenge me because they're afraid I'm the devil and I'm going to possess them. It's just not true. It's not how it works. But yes, no, I do know Raphael. Raphael was also down here on Earth, and he left this earthly plane a few years ago. And now he's up there doing stuff. But many people channel many people. I've seen probably just in the last 2 months, I think I've seen 8 people that are channeling Mary Magdalene. I don't know all of them. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Yeah, he is very cheeky, right? That's my wife talking in the crowd. He is cool. He's very cheeky though. He has one black wing and one white wing, just so you know. One bat wing and one feathery wing, because he likes the idea of the dark and the light on either side, and he laughs at me because I have black wings when I'm doing darkness, and I have white wings when I'm not. But they're golden because I like gold. Samael likes gold. I don't like gold on Earth. I only like silver down here because of the energy and the way it is. But when I'm up there, I like to run around in silver or gold armor. I like sparkles, right? I like shiny stuff, so I like people to remember that, right? So you're either going to see me as total darkness and freak you the fuck out, or you're going to go, he's so gaudy with all that gold. He is in green. He says, I don't like that. Ha ha ha. That's funny, right? Yeah, no, no, that's because I'm, dude, with me being down here being the green man, he's like, I am not green. He would say he's gray, but he knows that there is no such thing as gray because it's a dual aspect. So he would laugh about that. Love silver. I do too. On Earth, I will only use silver. I don't like gold touching my body. Down here, silver is the only thing that I like down here. But as Samael, fucking gold, bro. Gold armor. My wings are gold. My everything's gold. I love gold. Gauntlets, everything. So, how does it work? Can people channel the same angel? Yes. At the same time, yes. There is no time. When you're outside of the third dimension and you're moving into the fourth dimension, time starts to wane because your physical body starts to go away. Time is only the distance that it takes your physical body to go from one place to another. When you move into your spirit body, when you realize that you're not this pain body and you're not the thinking mind and you're not the ego or the conscience, that you're the soul that is forever. That soul is a light body. So when you move into that soul and move into 4D, this physical body becomes less dense and your soul body starts to become more dense. So as you move up, by the time you get halfway through the sixth density, this is because it becomes not a dimensionality anymore, it becomes a densionality because you're moving into spirit body, light body, you will be able to, with your thoughts, go anywhere that you want to go. And by the time you leave this octave, the bigger octave is 0 dimension through 7. When you move up to 8, you are 100% out of the physical into a light body, and you only communicate with people through channeling. So because there is no time there, everything's now, you can channel 10 billion people at the same time and communicate through them without any problems. Nothing's linear. I don't know if that answers your question, right? So I think that does, right? Yeah, I'm already feeling that. Right. So yeah, so you can do that. Like right now, there are people on this earth alone that are channeling me, right? That are asking questions other places besides you guys asking me questions. There's other people asking me questions on this earth, and then there's people in a different third dimensional planet that's nearby here that are doing the same thing. That I'm also there, Samael, right? That so it's weird down here, right? I started experiencing like this state while I was watching a channel on YouTube. I'd love to again. So what is happening to you is that you're more than likely experiencing the call to be a channel, and you're starting to expand your consciousness now to take a look at doing that. So cool. So were you saying that it doesn't work with the demons or Smith, right? Is that what you're saying? Can you explain that further? I'm not sure what you're saying. What doesn't work with demons? You mean channeling? I please restate the question for me. Something. Oh, okay. So it doesn't work with the demons or something. I'm not sure what your question is. I think you're asking about, in a sense, the demons don't affect us. Yeah. Well, the demons do. The demons are there to do exactly what they're supposed to do, but they can't infiltrate you and take control of you without your permission, if that's what you're asking. So if you're trying to channel a demon, if you're attempting to do that, you can bring a demon in and channel it, right? You need to be careful doing that. You need to know what the fuck you're doing to do that, because then you're going to get me, you're going to get the dark side of me or somebody just like me, and I'm going to fuck you up because that's what we're there to do. Okay, so you need to be careful with that. But if you learn, that's the vampire. You know the story of vampires. They have to knock at the door. They have to have your permission to come in. That's the way it is with evil trying to get into you. Okay, they have to have your permission to get in. You have to allow them in some way. It's the same thing with evil people on this earth. That's why they've taken away your ability to know that you have free will. It's still there. You can look for it and you can find it, but they keep you from, they distract you as a distortion. Evil demons will try to do the same thing. If you try to attack them or physically get into combat with them, you better know what you're doing. you better know what you're doing. Okay. Because if you don't, you're going to be in trouble because you don't have to. And this is what I train people. You don't have to do that. If you look at, I don't know if you ever saw Lord of the Rings, but if you look at Lord of the Rings when they were down in the depths of Moria and the Belrog came out, that's a demon. That's a big demon. That's a soldier demon. And the Belrog came out, but Gandalf was able to hold it off. Why? Because he was a white wielder. He was a light wielder, and he could just stand there and it couldn't harm him. Unfortunately, he let his guard down too soon, and it grabbed him with the whip. But that was supposed to happen, and he was unaware of that. It was supposed to happen so that he could fall and become go from Gandalf the Grey to replace and become Gandalf the White. And I know that that's like you're like, but that's not real. That was just made up. It is made up, but the entire storyline was designed to expand your consciousness into what's going on. So I greet you with the light. Yes, I greet you with the light of the infinite creator. I greet you with the infinite light, the light of the infinite creator. You literally, some of you may have this dream, and I'll tell you the dream. Some of you may remember having a dream where you were in a place where people were standing, and you thought it was a dream when you were standing there, and there was one person that was standing in front of the rest of you. There's usually like 7 of you, and there's this horde of evil coming at them, and then one person holds them off by themselves until the horde of evil they just get stuck and they can't move, right? I felt like I was physically attacked by negative entities at one point. That happens to you. This is why I said you need to be careful. When you start expanding your consciousness, when you start waking up, your light changes and you become a target from evil. We're actually going to be teaching classes on that. You can birth them too. Yeah, you have to. Yeah, you have to be careful of that. Helping them become something. So you literally have to realize that if you become a light worker at all, then you're going to be seen by darker entities, and they're going to come after you and try to stifle you from continuing to become more into your own. That's the way it works here. It's their job is to do that. So they're going to do that, and they're going to distract you, and they're going to make you pay for trying to be a light worker because they don't want you to upset the balance. They like things the way it is. Status quo for them is keeping this place stuck, so they can't have you waking up and changing it. So they're trying to fight against it, right? So I experienced psychosis this year and met a few evil guys, right? Yeah, that happens. A few evil guys, very hurt, etc. Yeah, some people that have chosen to be in service to self, they're evil and they like it, and they're gonna be aggressive and evil and attack you, use you for things. So the question is why? Why would people do that, or why do you have to be concerned with it? Why is because they can, right? So you have to be careful so that you don't allow them to do that. Why do they attack you? Because they like this place stuck the way it is. Evil people that are here who believe they own this place like it. They're making money and they're keeping money for their families and they're keeping everybody prisoners. Nobody's graduating, so therefore you just keep recycling and they just have legacy money, right? So evil people like power, always. Evil people seek power, money, and fame and control. Maybe not all of those things. They will seek one or a combination or all of those things. So some people who are evil will just try to control you and control your life and dominate you because they gain power and abilities from doing so. The same way you gain power and abilities if you're in service to others by helping people. You feel good about helping people and you like helping them because you see what you're doing and it makes you feel good and it upgrades you and you get this energy. They get the same thing on the other side. Okay? They get the same thing on the other side. What is the best protection against those attacks? My wife just told you that in the chat a few minutes ago. You greet them with the love and the light of the infinite creator. You put up barriers that reflect their energy back to themselves. You reflect, talk to the hand, talk to the hand. You know that? That's the saying, talk to the hand. Why? Because you're reflecting that. You have to identify them. You have to realize that there is only 2 kinds of souls, evil ones and good ones. So if somebody is a narcissist, they are evil. Learn it, know it, live it. Don't listen to them when they go, I'm sorry, I'll be better. And then they can only be better for 60 days, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. And they go back. You know why? Because they're actually evil. And the only way they can, I'm going to kill myself if you leave. Fucking do it. Fuck off. And off they will fuck. You need to take care of yourself and you need to reflect their energy. And if you're with one of those people and you're not self-serving, you need to get away from them. Get away and stay away. If those people are in your life, get them out of your life. They are evil. They will not change unless they want to. You cannot fix someone. You cannot make them change. If they have chosen a path of evil, let them be where they are. You have to realize that. Change yourself. You want the world to change? Hashtag be the change. Why do we say that? Because people in history said, be the change you want to see in the universe. Be the change you want to see in the world. Okay. At one point, I saw a white light energy and then it went into, and I'll have to look at it. Went into an incredible fear. So if you're seeing energy and it's going into fear, it's because somebody's projecting that onto you, or you're afraid because you don't understand the energy and you're the one that is becoming fearful, right? You have to realize that you are part of the creator, therefore you are a badass and nobody can harm you. The only thing that evil people can do to you is damage your physical body. They cannot get rid of your immortal soul, no matter how many things they try to tell you that they can do to you. The only thing they can do is kill your physical body. That's it. Okay. So you have to then defend that physical body and get out of the scenario where they can harm your physical body. Get away from that scenario, and they can't do anything to you. They have to use their mind and their wits to convince you to stay, and then they have to dominate you. That's what they do because they're evil. Okay. Do you believe sleep paralysis is demonic attack? Not always. Sometimes it can happen, but sometimes it's you being afraid, and so because you're scared stiff. You ever hear that term? So sometimes it can be demonic attack that starts it, but you're the one who is holding yourself in place because you're afraid. If you believe that a person has the power over you, you give them that power. Okay, so if you believe demonic attack will freeze you, it will freeze you because you're saying that it will and you believe it. Okay, that's what people who are evil convince you that what they're telling you is what's going to happen, and then you believe them. So you're creating that reality. Your focus determines your reality. What you believe focuses your reality and determines your reality. So if they convince you that they'll murder you and you can't stop them and they can kill everybody on the planet, if they have to get to you, if you believe that, you'll never leave them because you'll believe they can. Same thing with darkness. That's why there's that prayer in the Christianity, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil because God is with me. Do you see? That's why that comes into play. Okay, you have to realize you have no power here. Remember, and Gandalf said that to the Belrond. You have no power here. And Sauron tried to say that to Gandalf when Gandalf was trying to free the Horsemaster from his grip. You have no power here, Gandalf Greyham. But he didn't realize that he was not Gandalf the Grey, he was Gandalf the White. So because he had the ability of the white of the creator, he was able to do that. It came on while I was listening to the Bible on tape after a night out of what and bad what. I'll have to look at what that says. A night out of bad. It doesn't, for whatever reason, it's not coming up. I don't like when it does that and it leaves that. So, so literally what was happening more than likely is you had negative energy that was around you and they were making you suffer because you were actually listening to the Bible and trying to expand your consciousness. So either someone in your life who was in the house with you was evil and didn't like it and they were trying to distract you, or you had a negative energy that was attached to you that you picked up icky energy outside. Somebody sent in negative energy to you and you had that negative energy around you, and then the negative energy scared you, right? So yeah, I was feeling guilty, right? Are you a Freemason? Am I a Freemason? No, but I am a Knight of Columbus. But I like the Freemasons. The Freemasons. I'm a Templar Knight as well. But I've been knighted by the Roman Catholic Church, right? So I'm not actually a Freemason, but I am a Templar. I mean, a Knight of Columbus, and the Freemasons are Templar Knights. So we have the same background. We were created by the same people. So the Templar Knights that are out there now, the Freemasons worked for the Templar Knights. They became knights for all the different people. We're all descendants I'm a Knight of Columbus. I was knighted. They were created 165, 100, almost 170 years ago now, by descendants of Temple Knights, right? So we are, yeah. So it's a way of life. So in a sense, in the strictest sense, I haven't joined the Masonry. I could, but I know everything that they know because of being a Merlin and being a Knight of Columbus. I know exactly everything a 33rd degree Mason would know because I'm a 4th degree Knight of Columbus, not a first or second degree. So a 4th degree is as high as a 33rd degree Freemason, Master Mason, and then being a Merlin gives me all of that same knowledge, right? So he was, yeah, he was a Templar Knight once before, though. That's why I was saying I was also a Templar Knight. I was a Templar Knight in a different life, in two different lifetimes that I was here on this earth. I was a knight then as well. So I was one of the Templar Knights that you know of in history. Interesting. I'm thinking about becoming Catholic. To become Catholic, you have to go through the RCIA. That's the Rite of the Christian Initiation. You have to. I decided. I've been learning religion my entire life, and I decided to become Roman Catholic. So I went through that, and I got knighted by them on purpose to go through that, to become a knight. So knighted by the Roman Catholic Church, by a Jesuit. Well, yes and no. Because it's the order that does it, right? The order that does it. It is the Holy Roman Catholic See, but they're also a knight as well. So yes, because you have to be a Jesuit. It has to be because there has to be a Jesuit in the history to knight them. But yes, there was a clergyman standing in front of me with the whole thing in the mitre hat. I knelt down and I was knighted on the day that Saint John Paul II died. We were just informed prior to that. And yes, I am a Merlin. I have the Merlin title. Yes, that title took me until I was 19 years of age. I literally started my training at the year 7, and then continued until I was 19, and then I was given the Merlin title. And then when I was 36, I was baptized Roman Catholic and given the ministry through there. And then in 2016, I went to the Universal Life Church in Phoenix, Arizona, and got a ministry there. So I have, and I'm also a Jedi Master in the Jedi Temple in New Zealand. So I actually have a Jedi title in that religion as well. I know it's crazy, but it is true. Yeah, but did you have to do all those wacky rituals? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I had to do the blindfolding stuff, and they're not wacky. They're actually teaching you. They're actually teaching you things, right? They're teaching you like to defend the defenseless. They're teaching you camaraderie. They're teaching you that it's a way of life. You become a monk, right? I have a picture of myself. I don't know if it's on my Facebook page, but dressed up in the Friar Tuck outfit with the rope on there. Brooke, could you put that, whatever you just had up on the screen, put it back up for me, please? I didn't see that, whatever that was. It came down before I could put my glasses on. What did I have to do? I'm not supposed to tell you that. The Jesuits are the ones that are pulling a lot of the strings. Well, the church itself. I mean, I don't want to get too much into the details, but the church itself is wrong and has been corrupted, right? I mean, if you know anything about the Rosicrucians and the Templar Knights and the Mary story that Dan Brown wrote the Da Vinci Code from, that became a movie, then you know that the current church is not, in fact, the proper way. So the Jesuits, you're absolutely right. There's a lot of people that are pulling strings, and they're doing a lot of things that they weren't supposed to, because Peter usurped the church right after Jesus died, because Mary, his wife, was supposed to take charge of the church and continue. And all of this information is for entertainment purposes, so TikTok doesn't kick me off of the air. Right? So Deuteronomy is knowing, is that what you're saying, right? Deuteronomy is knowing when you lay down arms or fight for justice is maddening. Right? So it's a way of life, and you fight when you're supposed to, and you don't fight. But you, as a knight, It's a way of life. You don't fight for the church because it tells you to. You defend the defenseless always first. The church is last. You defend the defenseless. You give a voice to those who do not have one. You speak the truth even if it leads to your death. And you protect the church last. Okay? How does one progress spiritually while taking medication that suppresses those experiences? You move past that. You can, if you can find something that I agree. Now, also know that I'm not a doctor, so the advice that I'm giving you, TikTok is for entertainment purposes. If you can find something that is natural on this earth that does the exact same thing that you're trying to do with the medication, that doesn't change the spirituality, you can see if you can augment that. Otherwise, continue doing what you're doing, because the expansion of your consciousness will supersede any medication that is there in a negative way, and you will unlock and have downloads, and you'll have those experiences anyways. They'll start to bleed through anyways, but it depends on what you're taking the medication for, because sometimes they try to suppress a lot of stuff with medication so that you can't do that. Any church that turns away people in need isn't a church, right? So yeah, if they're turning away people in need because of some political reason, then you know that they're wrong in some way. Ever since I had Kundalini symptoms, I have extreme insomnia. That's because you're keeping the Kundalini energy in your body, and you're not releasing it the way you're supposed to. You're not transmuting the Kundalini energy. You need to revisit what you're doing with the Kundalini energy and bring it into your body, but then also you're supposed to transmute that energy through your consciousness into your optic thalamus and expand your consciousness so it becomes the light of the world. It doesn't stay in the body. Okay, so if you're using the Kundalini and you can't sleep right now, it's because your Kundalini energy is now running your ego. It's keeping your ego and your thinking mind alive, and that's talking to you. You have to quiet your mind again, start over, leave the energy where it is, get control of your thinking mind, learn to ascend in your meditation so that you get to that place where the ego and the thinking mind cannot communicate with you, because you're in charge. You're the witnesser, you're the experiencer, you're not the pain body, you're not the thinking mind, you're not the ego. Okay, so remember that and go back and meditate and start that meditation process and your breathing techniques so that you can then gain control of the mind and quiet the mind so that you can sleep. Your body will sleep when you're tired enough, but if you're having insomnia, it's because you're not quieting the mind. You need to quiet the mind. Yeah, please stay in contact. Yes, please. I can help you through that. Please stay in contact. Message me on TikTok or find me on Messenger, and I can help you work through that so that you can learn to meditate. I can teach you how to do that if you don't know what meditation is. My wife and I can teach you how to do that. You can have anyone else. If you don't vibe with me, you can find somebody you do vibe with, and then we can do that, right? So let's see. Did you do gory rituals? No disrespect. No. No, if you're talking about for the knighting, no, all the rituals are very respectful. There's nothing that's pagan about them. They're actually to teach people to be able to work as a unit, to be faithful to each other, and then to defend the defenseless. That's what all of the rituals are that you do to become a knight, if that's what you were asking. Did you do gory rituals? Yeah, if that's what you were asking about. No, all of those are they're actually none of them are like like they show like Skull and Bones where I'm going to hang somebody and pretend that I killed them. None of that happens in to become a Knight of Columbus. It's it's if you watch The Kingdom of Heaven, the movie The Kingdom of Heaven, when Balian says every man who is capable of bearing in arms kneel, and he knights them. That's actually the actual knighting. In fact, even the backhand, so that you remember your oath. That's the real knighting. But the learning that you learn is the part that he had to supersede because he needed knights. The learning is dedicating yourself, to God, dedicating yourself to a higher purpose, dedicating yourself to help people It's a way of life living. It's the way. It's the way of life. It's not a title. It's a way of living. And so that's if that's what you're referring to. Okay, because I've read that the Masons do get walked up the ladder and believe that they're going to like harm somebody or something. They believe in God, a God of light who is Lucifer. I've heard rumors about that, but I don't know. I haven't vetted that myself, but I don't know that that's true because they do. Let me go back in time now. Okay, let me go back in time and when they did that, it was a cross between Hermes, because Hermes Trismegistus, three times great. Hermes was a Mason. Okay, and Hermes's knowledge was a secret knowledge that they couldn't have just everybody knowing. Today, everybody can know Masonry, but back then it was a knowledge that was sacred, and people would learn it. But the Masons were integrated into the Templar Knights, so the ritual that they did was the ritual of the death and the resurrection. So they used the noose, where they would put the noose on the people and kind of tighten it up and say, if you divulge these secrets, then you're going to die, and this is your death, and you're going to be reborn. So they weren't, they said that about the Templar Knights back in 1207, when the evil Pope and the king on October, Friday the 13th in 1207, when they decided, the Pope and the king in France decided that the Templar Knights were too powerful and had too much money, power, and fame, and that they weren't controlled by the church anymore, and they decided to attack them and take over all of their money, because they both owed them like $100 million each. So they decided to take over all their lands and confiscate all their wealth and all of this. So they made a secret plan that at 8 o'clock in the morning Zulu time, world time, they were going to arrest all of the Templar Knights all over the world and seize everything that they had. So they brought the Templar Knights up on charges and said they were heretics, and they were kissing a skull and pissing on the cross, and that they were evil and they were worshiping Lucifer, and all that's a lie that was made up by the church. The church uses the same terms to out people today, and they call you a heathen and you pee on the cross and you kiss a skull and you're worshiping Lucifer. They do that with anybody. They still do. So that's just not true. That's not the ritual that you go through. But you do go through the ritual of death and rebirth, and it's not done in a way that you almost die. It's done in a ritualistic way to just show you that this is what death is, and now you're going to be reborn. It's like when you're being baptized in a Christian way, you're being born again. So I don't know if that is answering your question. Tell them who Lucifer really is or was. Yeah. So Lucifer, okay. So Lucifer, the name that you know as Lucifer that you equate with me, because I'm Samael, and Samael is what you guys know in history as the devil. Okay. So now Samael is going to tell you the true story of Lucifer. Okay. Fuck you up. Satan is not Lucifer. Satan is Samael. Samael is the Lord of demons, an archangel that is in charge of the demons. The aspect of Samael that's evil is the culmination of the negative energy. Lucifer, who you're referring to, was a human who came to this earth after he blew up his own planet called Maldek, which is now what you guys call the Kuiper Belt. Lucifer was a general in the military of Atlantis, and he was evil, and he came down to Earth because everybody had to move to Earth, because third dimensional life was no longer sustainable on Mars or Maldek because of the intergalactic war that they got into. So he came down to Earth, and he tried to take over the Earth too, because he was power hungry. And there was a civil war that happened on Earth. You guys know this in your history of the War of the Gods. The people of the East with Shiva, they know that there was a War of the Gods. The Germans talk about it. Different cultures in this world talk about the gods fighting in the sky. Ancient Aliens, the television program, talks about that readily. So that war was a civil war between Thoth, the Atlantean, and Lucifer, the Atlantean. Thoth's people won that war, and the penance of Lucifer was to die on earth as a human. Thoth and the rest of them left and destroyed all technology, and Lucifer and all of his people were stuck on earth to live on earth, where they destroyed half the planet, and they were stuck here and they took control. Those are the elongated skull people that you hear about if you look at History Channel's Ancient Aliens, the people with the elongated skulls, which is why the priests wear the mitre hats. If you watch the documentary Above Majestic that came out in 2017, you'll see the Ancient Aliens guys talking about doing genetic testing on these skulls that they got a hold of that aren't from here. Okay, so Lucifer was a general, and all of the powers that should not be people. All of this is for entertainment purposes, TikTok, so you guys know. So Lucifer was not an archangel. Samael was the archangel that you're referring to. That is me. I am Samael. I am the devil. I am who you think Lucifer was. And I am telling you, Lucifer was a freaking human that came from another planet, that came down here, that everybody has equated with Samael, with Satan. Okay? Lucifer was an evil dude, but he's nowhere near me. Okay? Lucifer's an evil guy, but he is nowhere near me. Lucifer's my bitch. Okay? He was a person. You might be afraid of Lucifer. I'm not afraid of Lucifer. Okay? So the aspect of Samael that you're seeing a picture of on my screen here, or wherever the picture is, that is who you think is Satan, who you think is the devil, who you think is the ruler of evil and the prince of darkness and all of the demons. Okay, that's an archangel who's just doing his job. That's me. Lucifer's not me. Lucifer gives me a bad name. Right? So what's the difference between you and him? I'm eviler than he is. I'm the one who was chosen by God to be the evil one. Lucifer was striving to be me. He's not even an angel. He's just some dude who was alive on this planet a long time ago, who was a general in an army, no different than a general who's here now, who's just evil. He's akin to Adolf Hitler, Genghis Khan. The people who follow him are those people who are the powers that should not be, and they are Luciferians. There was a religion that is made that they follow him now, and that's the religion of evil people that are on this earth that believe they own it. That's who Lucifer is. So they are trying to get you to believe that Lucifer is the same as Satan, that Lucifer is the same as Samael, the demon lord, because they want you to believe that first of all, there's no God, weirdly, but there's this Lucifer, and they're Luciferians, and they want to say that they're related to all the gods when they tell you there is no God. So what is my purpose? I am Archangel Samael. My purpose is a dual purpose. All archangels have a dual purpose. God created the archangels so that they could be the balance in the universe. So we are the examples and the balance in the universe. So for that so do you like Lucifer? No, Lucifer's there's a Scottish word that's called pillock. Lucifer is just he's a pissant, but he thinks he's somebody, right? Do I love God? Absolutely. I work for God and I do what God tells me to do. That's the part that really weirds people out. There are two aspects of me. I should have put the other picture up. There are two aspects of me. One is light and one is dark. God created the archangels, archangels, so that they would have dual aspects of light and darkness, and they are the balance keepers in the universe of light and darkness. So I'm chasing myself around the universe, creating darkness and then establishing a light, because God wanted us to do that. So God had us do that, right? Finally, the truth. Yes, Heather, that is the truth. The truth is there is no good and evil war. It's going on between you. It's in you. That your ego is the evil, and your conscience is the angel. So the devil and the angel is in you, and that's the dual aspect of you. When you want to, I should steal that, and then you go, no, don't do that. That's not the right thing to do. That's the conversation. That's the narrative in your head that you're supposed to decide which one of those you choose. And you can be either one of those. And the archangels, some of the archangels don't remember when they're down here that they're like, I'm the good one. They don't realize that they're also an evil one. Okay? So there's a dual aspect of each one of us. We became evil and fell because God asked us to, but we also stayed up there. So we are darkness and light. And so Samael has a part of me that is the loving angel that will fight against evil, but the other half of me is the darkness that is evil. Okay, that is why I also am the angel of death. Sometimes I'm not doing that because I'm evil. I'm doing that because I'm collecting your soul to make sure it gets what it's supposed to go, so that you can then still have an experience down here. We are here to make sure that you have quantum entanglement, Maddie. Yes, we are designed to do that and be that. So yeah, if you want to go all the way back to quantum entanglement, right? Yeah, when my ego death, I was listening to how light and darkness cooperated. So, yeah, for the balance, right? So yeah, when you don't, your ego doesn't really die. You just gain control. Your ego gets quiet, and you can tell your ego shut up, right? So the ego isn't dead. You need the ego to help you continue to move forward in your learning. But yes, you choose not to listen to the ego. The ego's still going to bark at you whenever it can. It'll just change what it says. You know, you wake up in the morning and it'll go, we got to do this. We got to pay rent. We got to go to work. And we need to do this. And we got to put air in the tire. Don't forget to do this and that. That's the ego telling you all that crazy shit that's going to freak you out for the day. So the ego's still there, but you're just not letting it. The Native Americans call them wolves, and whichever wolf you feed the most is the one you're going to become. So if you don't feed your ego and you feed your conscience, your consciousness will become more in loving and in service to others. If you feed the ego, you'll become more self-serving. So there's no real, it's not the ego doesn't die completely until you get halfway through the sixth density, because the ego was not designed to go past that. Evil can't go past the sixth dimension. So all ego dies there completely. Once you get there and move into the seventh, there is no more good evil dichotomy or battle, right? Um, you need it to help make decisions, correct? So you need that there as the balance in the light and darkness. It helps you because your ego will be honest with you. Your ego will be objective and go, "You're not fucking God. Shut up." Your conscience will be nicer about it, but your ego will do like Samael and snap you and go, "Shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about. You're nothing," right? So, a brighter the light, a darker the shadow. Yes, right. You can't have light without having a shadow. You can't have that, right? Because there's someone in between. So if you're in between light and darkness, there's always going to be a shadow. And the brighter the light, the darker the shadow. Absolutely. Right. So yeah, that kind of freaks people out when you tell them the truth, but people are ready for it on this earth now. There is no right and wrong. There just is experience and what you choose to do. People don't want that. Both sides that are down here in control, they like the status quo. So the churches make a lot of money by telling you that you have to be holy, 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 and the evil people make a lot of money by telling you have to be evil, evil, evil. Truth is, you don't have to choose. You just need to choose. You can be whatever you want. Do whatever you want. You have free will. God created you so that you have total autonomy. You have free will. I was so ready for that truth bomb, right? I know. It's okay. So if you want to be evil, do it. People are going to get mad at me. They get mad at me, but but if you want to be good, do it. You have the free will to become whatever you want to become. So just take a lane, pick a lane, get in it and go. Have your experience and learn. That's what you're supposed to do, right? Was the Unification Church made by the CIA? Nothing was made by the CIA. Everything was made by the CIA. I mean, come on, man. Those guys have been interfering with shit all over the world. It's not just them. They're a wing. The deep state of the United States is the military wing of the people who think they own this planet. They're in everything. You have the bankers, right? You have the bankers. You have the military. You have the clergy, right? So Rome is the clergy. Religion is the clergy of those people. Right, the American with their might and power and military and money, they're the guy that if you're from America, they're Vinny, right? The guy says, you know what, I gave you $500,000. You were supposed to start making the payment to me, right? I told you got to give me $50,000 by the end of the month. I'm gonna send Vinny over there, and he's gonna break your fucking kneecaps, okay? When he gets there, you give him part of the money, or he's taking your car and he's breaking the kneecap. So when the bad guys tell somebody to do something and they don't do it right, they go, I'm going to send Vinny. You're not going to like Vinny when he shows up. He's going to make a parking lot out of you and make a freaking McDonald's of your house, okay? And so that's who they are. The deep state there is the military wing. And different people have different aspects of the hierarchy. The monarchy is the English Empire, right? The that comes from the Roman Empire, and there's families that are fighting World War I, World War II. Those were infightings of cousins trying to kill each other. I just ran and told my sister that Satan loves God. Right? It's the truth, though. Yeah, people are, yeah, that's the way it is. It's unfortunate for people that don't understand that, and they're going to get mad and go, Satan can't love God because he's the devil. Satan is not equal to God sitting on a mountaintop playing a chess game for control of the humans. Humans are not that important. It's your soul that is being fought for, and it's not being fought for by me. I'm just showing you evil. I showed you the way. There was a time when the Creator needed somebody to volunteer to become evil to create this system. Okay. Do you know the UC? It depends on what you mean by the UC. So the Creator said, we need to create a system this way, and some people need to fall. Some people need to do this. Okay. Some people need to volunteer to become evil and show people what evil are. Okay. My wife, who is Lilith, and myself went, we'll do it. And a lot of other people came with us. And we became evil, and we went down to a third dimensional planet, and we were born there, and we found each other, and we started cults on the planet, and her and I started a cult on the planet, and we taught the universe evil. And people have been doing it ever since. Then we went back up to heaven. We went back up to the Creator, and the Creator said, no, that's a dual aspect. It's permanent. You guys are going to be doing this, and all the archangels came with us. That was the fall that you guys hear about in the worlds. Sounds silly, but I'm telling you, to find the truth has been a journey. No, it is. It's hard finding the truth, right? And its own. So no, it is a journey. Your awakeness is the journey that you're trying to do, and because you are ready for this information, people on this earth are ready for it. I couldn't tell people what I'm telling you right now 10 years ago, right? I couldn't tell you that, but you were ready to hear it, so you're in this live right now. Foolish question. There are no foolish questions. There's just fools asking questions. Sorry, I was kidding. Okay, foolish question, but any great advice on lust other than the what? It's not coming through. I don't like when it does that. Other than, where's the rest of the thing? It has something that there's more, but I can't do a down thing for it, so I don't know what the rest of that is. Any suggestions on lust? Lust is your ego. Lust is formulated from your ego, and your that's what lust is. So if you're going to listen to your ego, it's going to continue to tell you that, and you're going to have problems with lust. Lust means that you're wanting something in a sexual nature, and you want it really, really bad, and you're lusting after it. So you either fulfill that, there's something missing in your life, and you're either on the cusp of choosing to be evil, or you're not. So if you're not going to be evil, your lust is just a normal thing that you have, and you just have to relieve yourself. Find a girlfriend, bro, right? Or find a boyfriend. But if you're lusting after someone who doesn't want to have anything to do with you, move on. That's your ego. You're listening to your ego too much, and your ego is telling you that something's there that's not there. So you have to move from that, right? I learned that as a child, that you got jealous. Yeah, jealousy is also ego. Ego is the darkness in you. So ego wants control, wants power, wants money, wants fame, wants all those things, likes, clicks. That's ego. So if you're lusting after something, that's your ego. You're listening to your ego too much. You have to gain control of that. And the way you gain control of that is you choose. If you choose to be in service to others, you're not going to do what your lust says. You're not going to do what your ego says. You're going to listen to your conscience, and you're not going to do those things. If you're listening and you're doing those things, that means you're self-serving and you're listening to your ego. If you're self-serving and you're listening to your ego, and then you've already made that decision. So you're asking me a question that's folly. But if you're asking me the question because you truly don't want to be that way, stop listening to your ego and go the other way, right? And that's why you fell, because for jealous of Adam and Eve. No, that's actually a lie. That story's not even true. That story's not even true. That story's told wrong. The Adam and Eve story is about your awakening and has nothing to do with the angels falling. The angels fell because God said to do that, because we created this scenario that God created and realized that God was lazy. And man, I'm lazy, and I created people and they know who they are, so they're not in any hurry to have experiences. And I want them to have experiences, so we have to veil them. And to do that, you have to have light and darkness. Adam and Eve was a story of think about that story. Let's go down the story of Adam and Eve. So God, you're supposed to believe that God created only two humans first, and you can't create an entire species out of two humans, not unless they're having sex with their own offspring, and their offspring have to have sex with mom. Okay, so first of all, you have to have incest after incest after incest to be able to have two humans create the world. But even in the Adam and Eve story, which they tell you is the original first two, when they get cast out of the Garden of Eden, there are other people out there, and they go out there and they multiply. So who are those other people, right? So secondly, it's about the temptation. It has nothing to do with anything other than, well, the serpent, the devil did that. No. That's the way they reworded the story so that you would think that you are beneath them and that you need to be controlled by people, and that you did sin. You have sin, original sin, and you women need to shut the fuck up and sit down because you're the one who created this scenario. That's what they're telling you. That was a way of controlling women. They were saying Eve was stupid and listened to the devil, and the devil tricked her, and then she tricked Adam, and it's all her fault. That was how they got control of women and took the femininity out and kept people in that lizard brain, in keeping you quiet and shut up, woman, do what we tell you to do, so that men are stuck here and you're stuck here with them. And then they forbid you to have knowledge. You can't read, you can't write, you can't do shit. Look at Sharia law today. Right? You can't do that. At the time of Jesus, 2,000 years ago, the Hebrew religion was doing the same thing. Most women couldn't read. They weren't given anything to do besides housework and raise children. In that religion, the chosen people. And Jesus came in and said women should learn how to read, and taught them how to read, because the women were equal to men. So in the Hebrew religion, 2,000 years ago, was exactly what the Sharia law is today. Okay, so you got to rethink that story. The story was not. So if I'm God, think about this now. I'm God, right? Don't get mad at me, please. Remember, I'm a minister. Okay, so please don't get mad at me. If I'm God and I create Adam and Eve and I tell them, why would I do this? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I've been saying that forever, right? So yes, right. So I'm going to give you some more truth, Heather. Stanton, listen to this. So if I'm God and I'm the creator of the universe, and I'm teaching you this in the Bible, you're supposed to believe that I am the all-seeing, all-knowing, all-loving God, and I created Adam and Eve. And I put you in a garden, and I told you, I'm going to leave the garden and leave you unattended. And you can eat from any tree you want to eat from, but not this tree. Do you see the tree? Do not eat from this tree. And then you set the tree down. Now, I'm going to leave, and I'm going to be gone for a long, long time. Do not eat from that tree. Even children, if you take a box of cookies and set it on the kitchen table and tell your kids, I'm going to work, you can eat anything in the kitchen, but do not touch these cookies. And you set them down on the table, those cookies are going to get eaten by those kids 20 minutes after you leave, 100% of the time. I'm a third dimensional human, and I know that. If I'm God, the creator of the universe, I'm setting those people up to fail by doing that. Okay? Because if I didn't tell them not to eat from that tree and move the tree out of their way so they couldn't get to it, because I didn't want them to eat of that tree of life, then I would say you can eat of anything from inside this garden. Why give them the temptation and then tell them they don't, then get mad at them when they do it? I'm supposed to be the creator of the universe that's all-seeing, all-knowing, all-loving. How is it that I didn't know that they were going to eat of that tree and get mad at them for doing it? How can I cast judgment on them? So how do we rise the divine feminine presence? You look within yourself, it's there. Okay, so you need to look at that story. That story didn't mean that, and it wasn't that. The serpent, here's another thing that doesn't make any sense, and then I'll get back to Maddie, what you're saying. Okay? The story doesn't make another thing because the serpent, a snake, came into the garden and spoke to Eve and said, eat the fruit. And then they did, and they got cast out. And God's sentence to the serpent is, you're going to be a snake. You're going to be a serpent. Already a serpent. Snakes are snakes. Yeah, but now you're going to be a snake forever. Already a snake. Don't understand the concept of what you're saying. So was the snake supposed to become a human at some point? What was the snake going to become? You can never become anything but a snake. I'm already a snake. That story's been changed. That's actually not what that story is about. It's been changed, been edited and altered so that they can control women and say that women are the problem. So let's get to what about the Great Flood? We'll get to that too. So the divine feminine. How do we raise that? You look within yourself. That's the Kundalini, and that's the Kundalini fire. It's the other half of that. Kundalini energy is the Kundalini, masculine fire, and Kunda buffer, feminine fire. Okay, you balance the 3, 6, and 9. You balance the femininity of the universe. It doesn't mean that if you're a man you become gay. Doesn't mean if you're a woman you're going to be, by balancing, you're going to become more masculine. Those are sexes that you're talking about. I'm talking about energies. You have to balance, look within yourself and find that feminine energy, that other aspect that is not masculine energy. Is warlike aggression, domination, warlike aggression that is evil, that is self-serving, likes clicks, clickbait, all of that, controlling, war, aggression, caste system. Feminine energy is loving, caring, nurturing, in service to others. How do you do that? And you just, if you're a person that's already not self-serving, you're already doing it. Just acknowledge it. Just to get that balance in the ego. Don't listen to the ego anymore and listen to your conscience. Your conscience is going to tell you how to love people. Love from the heart, not just yourself, but love other people. That's how you raise the feminine energy. Okay, so the flood. What about the flood? The Great Flood. The Great Flood was a fall, but it wasn't the fall of the human species in that aspect of now you're living in third dimension. But it's a representation. Everything as above, so below. The flood was created by the civil war of the Atlanteans. Okay, and at the same time, the flood happened was the Atlanteans, the evil ones, were screwing with the 3, 6, and 9, the energies of the earth as above, so below, the charm of making, and they flipped the earth over on its axis. And when they flipped the earth over on its axis, they stopped the earth from spinning, and it flipped over on its axis. Well, the inner core of the earth is molten lava. The crust. The mantle is molten lava. The crust is what we're on. We're floating on top of that. And when the earth stopped spinning, it flipped over on its axis, and the North Pole became the South Pole, and the South Pole became the North Pole. And then the inertia of the tide that was pushing the crust continued to move. And then the earth flipped back up on its axis, and it's been wobbling ever since, back and forth. And it's slowing down, and it's tilted off kilter right now, like this, and it's wobbling. You can look this up in history. This is not something I'm making up. You can look it up, and it's slowly getting back to 0 point again. When the earth fell, that was the evil people taking control here. The devil shall be released on the earth for a time. There's a beginning, a middle, and an end to that time. Okay, that time has ended, and the devil doesn't have reign on the earth anymore. But at the time, the evil people were taking control of the earth, and that was the fall of the human condition away from God, and the life expectancy went from 1,000 years down to 35 years of age, and we're now living to be 80 something, because it's changing. It's going back. People are moving back towards the light and become less warlike and more loving and more caring. So the flood happened. When all that happened, prior to the flood, there was like 1 trillion decaliters of water in the ionosphere floating around the earth, protecting the earth from in the ozone layer, protecting the earth from radiation and stuff like that. That's how those guys like Copernicus could look at Mars and see the canals on Mars with a little teeny telescope this big. And we need this freaking radio telescope to see that and to see that stuff. Because when you take the water and it's in above you, it becomes like a magnifying glass. And so when there's all that water up there, and when it flipped over on its axis, it damaged and popped to that. And so it rained for 40 days and 40 nights. And we still have water up there now. You can look that up. We still have water up there now, and the water came and the sea level rose by almost 500 feet at that time. They'll tell you it's about 300 feet in this reality right now. You can look that up. So during that deluge, all the water came from the sky, came down, and all the Atlantis sank into the ocean. Sodom and Gomorrah sank into the ocean because the ocean sea level rose 500 feet. And people said, that's just not true. Well, the cities where Shiva lived in off the coast of India were found more than 150 feet below the sea level. So they were like, wow, those cities really did exist. Okay. I didn't get to see that, whatever you just had up there. It is. Okay. So before we get to the flood, because of we're still on Adam and Eve, they took out the book of what? I don't see the rest of that. I'll have to look at it. They took out the book, like the book of Enoch. They took out all those books when they changed it during the book of Enoch. When they were during the first and second Council of Nicaea, back in the year like 329. Don't quote me on the exact date, right? I got a guy that was in here last week that was yelling at me over that. Constantine, who was the Caesar in Rome, was very Christian and the church the way it is today. He decided that they needed to change the Bible because they were uplifting Jesus to become God instead of being a prophet of God and the Son of God. Jesus was now becoming God, the Trinity, in nomine Patri, Filii, Spiritus Sancti, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, the Trinity. So bless you. So they literally took most of the books out of the Bible that is literally what we have today left in there. What we know was taken out was found in the Dead Sea area in 1948. They're called the Dead Sea Scrolls. People say those were Bibles that were taken out because they were Bibles that were apocryphas and nobody knows exactly when they were written. But Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, you can look this up. I'm a minister. I'm a theologian. I've studied this my whole life. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, none of them were written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the guys who were Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Those books were found. They were written by them, but they were found between 100 and 400 years after Jesus' death. So for the same reason that they took James out, they should be taking out Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John if that were true. The books they took out were the ones that didn't paint Jesus as God, firstly, and also had the history of the human race the way I'm telling you. Okay? That you're part of the creation and you're supposed to not have to follow the church. You're supposed to look within you the way that Jesus was teaching it, the way that every single person on this earth who was teaching you the way was teaching you the way. Okay? So all of that was changed during the first and second Council of Nicaea. So it's been very angry with God my whole life. Any advice? Stop blaming God. God hasn't done anything to you, brother. None of this is happening to you. All of this is happening for you. You volunteered to come here to go through this. It's tough and it sucks here. It's the toughest place to fucking live, and I hate it too. I came here to help, and I've been here for far longer than you have. And I do this for a living because I love God so much. Okay? You're angry with God because something happened to you that you blame God for. Okay? That's exactly it. We can get into that more, right? So how do they get there? I heard Eve was Adam's daughter. No, that's just people trying to explain that stuff. And that Eve was pulled out of Adam's rib, if you listen to the story. So Eve was actually part of Adam, right? But there was a lot of incest that went on. If you listen to that story and think it's the story that they're telling you now, it's been edited. The book of Thomas apparently had things Jesus said. Yes, the entire book of Thomas is Jesus said this, Jesus said that, Jesus said this. I've read them. You can look them up. And here's the other thing. If you look at the Bible that the Ethiopians have, Christian Bible, that they claim that they've had since the beginning, and they would not allow Constantine to edit it, and they didn't allow King James to edit it either. They've been hiding it. They're letting people look at it now, and what they're finding, right? The books of Thomas apparently only had things Jesus said. Yeah, no. The book of Thomas and the book of James are only things that Jesus said, and Jesus said, and Jesus said, and Jesus said. Right? So that's literally what's in there. You can read them. But see, then they're like, well, they just took that out. Why? Because the story in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John told of Jesus's life and the Beatitudes, told you about his journey. The other books just said what Jesus said, right? So, yes, brother, yes. So you volunteered for this. You're in a school, right? I know that people go, and don't listen to anybody who says that you're in a school, right? So where did Enoch go when he left? There, we'll get to that in a minute. Let me finish with the volunteering here, and we'll get to the Book of Enoch. You can look that up. You can read the Book of Enoch; it's out there. So we'll get to that, and there's some suggestion about that. We'll, hopefully, I can get to that. Let me get with is it Roofer boy? You were in one of my lives before. Um, okay, so you are in a school. The Gnosis, the Gnostics hate this. They hate this is a lie. We talked to Jesus, and Jesus told us a different story, and it has nothing to do with. Why would Jesus teach one thing to the masses, then secretly tell a couple other people that it was contrary? Okay, but some of what they're saying in the Gnostic Gospels is exactly the truth. Okay, so you have to read them to find out what it is. So here, let me tell you the truth, brother. The truth is that the third dimension is a school, always is a school for the baby soul. So if you're in a third dimensional planet, normally, it's the first place that you're self-aware. Your immortal soul becomes self-aware when you're a two-dimensional object, dog, cat, fish. You become self-aware when you die. In that guise, you then are born on this planet as a human. That's the normal progression of how things go. You would be then going from 7 to 10 lifetimes learning what you're supposed to learn to expand your consciousness from I think, therefore I am. I'm self-aware, but who and what am I? Because you have the veiling, you have darkness, you don't remember that you're part of the creator. You don't know anything, so you're trying to figure it out. Why? So you can have organic experiences of life and death. The creator is living vicariously through all of us having these experiences. Because the creator is immortal and cannot die and will never die. And the creator wants to know what it means to live and die and experience life and death and everything in between. Okay? So you, even then, even if you're here for the first life, second life, third life, fourth life, and you're not a wanderer who's come back to help, you still were part of the God, creator, and a fractured piece of that creator who came down here to have organic experiences, to have all this shit happen to you, so that the creator, you and the creator, could experience these things and learn from them. True story. That's what's going on in the universe. So where did Enoch go when he left? And is that Pythagoras? Pythagoras, yeah. So um, where did they go? When they leave the earth, you go to the place of healing, and then you go to the place of reflection. I'm not sure what you mean. When they left from where they were when they went out on the world, or are you asking when they left, when the spirit left the body and they left? I need clarification on that question. I heard Enoch is still walking the earth, never again. Is still walking around earth, never again, or never aging. No. The soul that is Enoch is here. Enoch, the human, is not wandering around. They say the same thing about Constantine, that God got mad at Constantine because he changed the Bible, and so God made Constantine live forever. Constantine's still, he's just stuck here on earth too. So Constantine, the like the person you know from the movie, if you know the movie with Keanu Reeves, he was supposed to be Constantine, and he had changed his ways and was becoming not self-serving, and he was fighting against evil. And if you don't know the story of Constantine, you don't know what's happening there, and you think it's just some movie, but it's actually Constantine who's been here since the year 932. And he's still on walking the earth. The soul, he doesn't look like Constantine looked like when he was a Roman. He looked like Keanu Reeves, because the soul is awake and he's still here. Enoch is awake and he's still here. Enoch is still here helping people, but the soul that was Enoch, yes, is still walking the earth, because Enoch came here to help people. Okay, so Enoch is still here. Moses is still here. Jesus is still here in a way that you don't realize. All of these people are still here because they're here to help you with this. Okay. Where can I find that info, reincarnation techniques? Um, the info, you can look, the techniques of reincarnation. If you want to know about reincarnation, you just have to expand your consciousness. One of the things you can do is this book that's right here that I wrote, the reality about reality, returning to the old ways, will start you down that path. You could also look up, there's a book called God Man, the Bible Made Flesh. You can read that. You can read any scripture that was taken out of the Bible from the Dead Sea, the Nag Hammadi, the Gnostic Gospels. Watch my podcast. It's called Orion Rising. You can listen to it anywhere you listen to an MP3 broadcast. It's out there in the world. Orion Rising by me. I don't have a picture of the thing, or I would show it to you. I have covered, and I've been doing this now for like 7 years. I cover, like, I show you where in every religion that they were teaching the way, my friend, of way to immortality. Lao Tzu in the Tao. Read the Tao Te Ching. The Tao Te Ching is the book of the way. It means the way. That was written in 634 BCE by Lao Tzu. At the same time that the Buddha, well, both in China, the Buddhism came out of the Buddha, who was telling the same story. All these people in the world are telling you about reincarnation, telling you about how to get off this rock. It's right there in front of you in every religion. Just don't go to the Orthodox churches, because they'll keep the information away from you and they won't teach it to you. But if you read their Bibles, it's in there. It's in the Christian Bible. It's in the Hebrew Bible. It's in the Quran. It's in the Bible from Mesopotamia. It's there. You just have to look for it, my friend. But there's people out there that are teaching it like I am. What does Et Enoch mean to you? Well, I mean, it depends on what you're speaking. If you're speaking Old Roman, Et means you, right? Et tu, like et tu Brute, when everybody killed Caesar, et tu meant you too. So et, if you're saying it from that perspective, et means you. But if you're saying it from the Sanskrit or the what's the other language from back then, et would have been like I am, just like your DNA says. Which verse has Nazgul? Nazgul, the way that you think, it depends on what the rewritten. Nazgul is a term that was written into the Lord of the Rings, and it was the evil guys that were undead, that were chasing around people in that. So so, so there's no, that's like saying Anunnaki. Anunnaki doesn't exist the way you think it exists. It's not a race of people. The Nazgul are something from J.R.R. Tolkien's books. He got the word. That's just like Amon Amarth, the band Amon Amarth is from the language of the Nazgul, and it means the mountain of doom. And the band Amon Amarth got that from the book from the Lord of the Rings. So you might have heard someone saying that that word Nazgul is referenced in the Bible somewhere, but it's not. The Nazgul is from Lord of the Rings. You've been very enlightening. Much appreciated. Thank you, Heather. Hit those likes for me. Hit the hearts, and follow me. You can listen to my podcast. I do comparative religion. But I don't compare it like most theologians do. I don't say this scroll was borrowed from those people and be very dry. I'm showing you what it is that they're telling, that is the same story, and it's the same story that I talk about in this book right here, that is about the Christ oil that's within you, and that same story is in God Man, the Bible Made Flesh, and it's out there in the world. People are starting to show videos about it on YouTube. People who came here like me to help you to understand how you enlighten yourself, and if you're in service to others. The Santa Claus story of be good, and if you're on the good list or naughty list or nice, then Santa Claus gives you a story. That story was told to Viking children to tell you the story of the Christ oil within you. The Claustrum, the Claus, where you get Santa Claus. Santa means it's not saint. Like from Latin, the word Santa is a Norwegian word, like Tanta. Tanta means grandma or auntie. Santa means grandfather or uncle. It means wise one. Santa Claus Klaus was his original name because he goes through the claustrum. The claustrum is in your brain. It's like a chimney that is in your brain that goes from the base of your spine, the base of your brain, up into your optic thalamus. That is the third eye in your brain. It's called the claustrum, and that claustrum in the old Norse language meant that grommet hole that you put the rope through on a sail to hold the sail in place. It also meant the chimney, the hole in the roof, the chimney. So the claustrum, that story of Santa Claus, meant the wise claustrum, the wise claws, he who is bringing you the light of the world, who goes down the chimney. It's the Kundalini fire. It's that Christ oil that goes down your spine and back up your spine. It's the Christ, the death and resurrection of Jesus, 33 vertebrae, the Jacob's ladder, 33 runs on Jacob's ladder. If I have a lustful R-ship with someone, but it's agreed that it's a nice, and I hate when I hit that, nice and respectful, is that bad? It depends on whether you're already, both one of the two of you are already betrothed to someone else. If you guys are cheating, then it's always bad because it's gluttony and you're self-serving and you're cheating. But if you're not cheating on someone and they're not cheating on someone and you're just like friends with benefits, there's nothing wrong with that, right? So, but if you're saying you're cheating, then you're cheating. So tell me more about Adam and Eve. So the Adam and Eve is the story. It's the same like the Tower of Babel. The story is about the awakening. It's about what I'm talking about here with the Christ oil. The story of Adam and Eve is the masculine and the feminine energies of the Kundalini fire, and the story of eating of the tree of life. The story was supposed to be telling you the story the same way I was about to tell you about that just right here, where I was talking about that. Within your body, you have two oils that are secreted from the Pingala and the Ingala nerves in your body that go down your spine. And one is a masculine oil, and it's like Joseph. It's called Joseph in the ancient times, and the other is a feminine oil, and it's called Mary. One is a honey-like substance, and one is an oil-like substance. One is an electronic charged with electricity, and the other one is a magnet. It's charged with magnetism. Those two oils go down the nerves into your spine to the fused vertebrae at the base of your spine, which was called Bethlehem. It means the place of bread, the place of uniting. And it was Bethlehem. Jesus was born in Bethlehem, and the oils mix together, and then they go back up the 33 vertebrae of your spinal column, and they charge the Kundalini, masculine and feminine energies, charge up your spine, going through your chakras and charging your spine, and it goes up, and it is Christed of John together in the base of your optic thalamus, and it lays there dormant for 2.5, 3 days, dead, crucified, dead in your brain. And then if you don't eat of the tree of life in that time period, and you only eat of the tree of life in any other time period, but in that time period when that Christ oil is going up your spine and sits there dead for 3 days, and you pray and you don't get drunk and you don't have sex and that's eating of the flesh, then that oil will then illuminate. It goes up to your optic thalamus inside your head and illuminates your brain, and it becomes the light of the world. Jesus becomes the light of the world. It's the same story of Thor. Thor came down and was descended into Midgard, Middle Earth, third dimension. Came down here and he had to sacrifice himself. He was no longer mortal and he couldn't pick up his hammer. Thor means thunder. Mjolnir means lightning. He couldn't pick up his hammer, and he couldn't scare off Fenrir the wolf to scare away the veiling, Fenrir the wolf covering the sky in darkness. So he had to die for the humans and learn humility, and then he was resurrected and became immortal, and he was able to pick up that hammer, the same as drawing the sword out of the stone. Right? Arthur was able to draw the sword out of the stone. You're drawing the sword out of the stone as it comes up your spine. Okay? And then it illuminates you. You can read that in my book, which is right here. You can look it up online, the Christ oil within. Right? So bean soup, anything before marriage is technically bad. If you're devoting yourself to a religion that you want to do that, if you're devoting yourself to a religion to where you're choosing to do that, any sex before marriage is bad. Okay? In the eyes of God, that doesn't matter. Okay? But if you're just going to have sex for debauchery and you're only doing that and if you're in a religion where you've chosen to do that, it would be bad. In general, it's not. Those sins were made up. Moses came down off the mountain with 10 laws from God, and the Hebrews made 6,000 laws out of it. Okay? It was done to keep people in line so that people would not be evil and they would be good. Don't cheat. It's commonsensical stuff. Don't cheat. You know, they're wanting you, if you go by the Roman Catholic religion, you're not going to get married and you're not going to have sex until you get married. You don't even know if you're going to be sexually compatible with that person until you get married, but then they don't let you divorce. And if you go by the laws that they had, you also don't get to pick your husband or your wife because your parents are supposed to pick them for you. Okay, so if you're going to say that that's the way it is, then you got to be an Hasidic Jew or a Roman Catholic, and you got to have your parents tell you who you're going to be in love with and who you're going to have marriage with, and then you can never get divorced because that's the way it was, right? Those things are semantical things that humans made up to control people. Okay, there is no right and wrong. There is only choices and experiences, whether you like it or not. I'm a minister. You can hate me and say that I'm I got hold on. I gotta do the little piece of puzzle again, because I've been on the air for 4 hours now, so that they don't think I'm a robot. So you can get mad at me if you want. The Roman Catholic Church would probably want to disown me, but they've changed their laws. Their laws were originally, when Peter usurped the church and became the control of the church, the first thing he said was no one can get married, because Peter was gay and he was in love with Jesus. You can call that blasphemy, but you can look it up, right? So where's not, Brooke, you had something posted and then it went off the screen. Yeah, the Bible, we're not supposed to be lustful until marriage. That is a law that was changed by people. You're not supposed to be lustful until marriage, because you're not supposed to be wanting to have sex, because they're controlling you to make sure that you don't have sex early, so that you're not running around having sex. But yet, older people are raping younger women and then telling them it's their fault. Come on, man. So that's a commonsensical thing, right? If you choose to dedicate yourself that way, then do it. Okay? If you choose to dedicate, but you're not going to go to hell if you have sex out of wedlock. Okay, it's not going to happen. God did not choose that. God would not come down here and say you have free will and then go, but you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do this, you can't eat pork, you can't cut your hair, you can't have a tattoo, you can't say my name, you can't draw a picture of me. Let's see, what else? What else is there? You can't eat from that tree, but you can eat from that tree, right? So the truth is, look at that, right? So depending on what religion you're in, I either can't say God's name or I can't draw a picture of him because I'll be killed. Okay? In two religions that were created from a third religion where God just didn't have a name and God didn't have a face. You didn't get killed because of that, but two religions spawned. One saying you can't say the name of God and say something bad afterwards or you're going to go to hell and you'll be stoned to death. The other religion says if you draw a picture of that God, you're going to go to death. That religion says you can't cut your hair. This religion used to say you can't cut your hair, but now you can cut your hair. That religion says you can't have tattoos. This religion says you can't have tattoos, but now you can have tattoos, and now you can't have tattoos over there. This religion says you can't eat pork, and so did that religion. But that religion and the Hebrew religion now let people eat pork. You know why? Because eating pork wasn't a commandment from God. It was we don't have refrigeration, and we don't have any way of keeping pork from spoiling past a day. Don't eat pork, it's going to kill you. Okay? So now we have refrigeration. You can choose if you want to live by those rules. Those are not rules by God. Those are rules that change. It used to be that if you lied, you got your hand chopped off. Now they don't do that. If you get lied, they out you in front of people and you're called a liar. Things have changed because the human condition has changed. Do you understand? Right? So that changes things. So if you choose to be part of that, then you should live that way. But that's not, you should not also then put your rules onto other people. Okay? If somebody wants to live by the whatever law, Sharia law, Hebrew law, Christian law, it is their choice to do so. Okay? Isn't it part of being here to experience things? Yes. Like following your desires until you return. But Yes and no. If they are harming other people, they're wrong because they're just wrong to do. So if you're trying to justify that by saying, aren't you supposed to be having experiences? You are. Okay. You are supposed to be having experiences. But if you're trying to justify rape or you're trying to justify cheating, those things are wrong because they're moral things. Those are a choice. You have to make a choice. You're either evil or you're not. You're either in service to self or you're in service to others. Get over it and make a choice. So if you're lustful and you want to be lustful, you're evil, fucking do it. Get over it. And then the church is going to condemn you for it. And people in that church are going to say that you're evil and you should be dead. Okay. Is wealth coming my way? Wealth will come your way if you want wealth to come your way, brother. If you want wealth, you can have wealth. This is a free enterprise that you're living in. You want wealth, you can create wealth for yourself. You say wealth is coming to you, and you can pull wealth to you. It's a law of attraction. So all you have to do is do it, brother. If you want to be rich, you can be rich. You have to be self-serving in this world because they're going to control you. So you can still do it though. You said that there's no right and wrong. So is there evil and good? Yes. There is no right and wrong. There's only evil because people have to have a choice. So evil there has to be and good there has to be to show you the opposites. Masculine, feminine, warlike, self-serving, non-self-serving. So there is evil and some people choose to be evil. And then there is good and some people choose to be good. Archangels are both. Okay, because God charged them to be that way. You guys just aren't learning that yet, right? So it is possible to do both. But when you're down here, you choose one or the other because that's what you're supposed to do. Okay. If you ascend to become an archangel, then you'll see that you have a dual aspect. But when you're down here, you're supposed to get in a lane, and nobody is gray. So for those of you who want to live that way, and you want to live, and you want to choose that path, and you say celibacy, and you like, Brooke and I are married, and we're not having sex with other people. We don't choose to do that. We choose to only be together with one another, and that's it. If you want to have a polyamorous lifestyle, go ahead. It's not going to last long. No polyamorous life lasts long because people's ego gets in the way, right? So it depends on what you want. You can choose to do whatever you want. But there is evil, and you will choose it if you choose to be evil. There is good, and you will choose it if you choose to be good. That's what you're supposed to do here, right? So yes, there is evil because there is good, but they are co-creating, giving us the ability to perk. Yeah, evil people also can't. So is her earthly life Lilith? No, Lilith is her higher self. Her earthly life is Brooke. Her name is Brooke. Satari is her higher self. The archangel is Lilith. Okay, so she's what you know as the queen of the damned, the queen of the all evil demons that you hear about. She was the original one that they talk about that was created. There was Lilith, and Lilith wouldn't obey Adam, so Adam cried to God, and God said, "Lilith, get out," and then created Eve to shut the fuck up and do what Adam told him to do, and Lilith was out there. That's the story that was wrong. Lilith is the sacred feminine who has the choice to do whatever she wants. But she's only evil if she does evil. Just like you're only evil if you do evil. And she's an archangel, right? So is Satari. She's an archangel. But the dual aspect of Satari is Lilith. The evil part of her is Lilith. You just don't know the name Satari as an archangel on this earth because she wasn't written in history down here. Just like Samael wasn't written in the Hebrew Bible. Is your earthly wife Lilith? So Brooke, yes, she is Brooke in this life, right? But the soul that is in Brooke is the soul that is Lilith. The soul that is in Brooke is the soul that is higher than Brooke, that higher than Lilith is Satari. The soul that is in me is Leonard. The soul that is in me is Samael, the archangel. Higher than that, the seraphim, the Patal, the firstborn of that is me, is Kelto. You don't know the name Kelto because Kelto is above archangel. Kelto is the one of the firstborn that the creation of the Creator created, and then the archangels were created after that. So isn't that so cool? How do you find? How did you find each other? We found each other because we designed our lives to be together, so that we would be together in every life. Because we had work to do down here, so we are always together. And in the 30 lives that we've been on Earth, I've been a man most of the time, and she's been a woman most of the time because we play these parts. I'm the masculine, she's the feminine. We play these parts over and over and throughout history on Earth. So we were some people that are famous to you, but I'm not going to reveal all of that right now, because we did things in the past to show the same thing that we're doing now, and showing people how to be the differences of, she's the sacred feminine and I'm the sacred masculine. That's why I'm annoying to her, because I'm aggressive that way, but she also likes that part of me. Right? So there's that dual aspect of her that likes that part of me that's aggressive, and there's that aspect of me that likes that aggressive that is doing to her. Um, Samael is an archangel. I'm telling you that. Samael is an archangel. There is no fallen angels. The fallen angels were the ones who God asked to be evil. Samael was one of those that God asked to be evil. And Samael is also an archangel that is not evil. All archangels have a dual aspect of good and evil, whether you like to believe that or not, or whether you know that or not. All archangels have an evil side and a good side to them. And what they choose to be at that moment is what you will get. So okay, so we'll have a difference of opinion, right? So you're telling me that I'm wrong, and I'm telling you that I am Samael. So fuck off. Okay. So if you think that I'm wrong, write a book about it and tell the world about it, and let them choose who they want to believe about what, bro. I don't care. I don't need you to tell me who I am and what I'm here to do. So you can do what you want. You can tell everybody in the world that I'm wrong and that I'm lying. I don't care. I'm not here to prove anything to anyone. I'm here to give you tools so that you can figure out how to fucking get off this rock. Right? So I don't care, bro. If you don't like me and you think that I'm a liar, I'm okay with that. I'm not going to hate you. I'm not going to hate you because you have a choice. So don't think that my being aggressive just then was me being mad or aggressive with you. I'm trying to pick a fight, right? A third of heaven legion fell with Lucifer. You're absolutely right. Lucifer, you should have been here earlier, bro. Lucifer was a person who came down here. He was not an archangel. He was a general in a military that was from Atlantis, that was part of a civil war. And the Luciferians who live down here, that think they're descendants of the Atlanteans who were here that controlled this planet, want you to believe that Lucifer is Satan and that Lucifer is Samael. He's not. He's just a dude, bro. How do we leave Earth? You leave Earth by learning what you were supposed to learn while you were here, so that you can learn what you need to know to leave here. That's how you leave. Okay. You learn that there is a way to leave Earth, either being super evil or being good. And you learn what you need to, the way that every single person in history was teaching you. Jesus, Lao Tzu, the Tao, the Buddha, Thor, Mohammed, Moses, Elijah, Marduk. Every religion on this earth was started from a story from a person who, Osiris, was the Christ who was teaching you about the Christ oil within you. You can read my book, which is right here behind me, and I talk about it there, the reality about reality returning to the old ways. And it gives you the tools that you need to graduate from here. You have to learn the lessons that you wrote down for yourself to learn that this place is trying to teach you. And when you learn those lessons unlock for you abilities and knowledge that comes from the universe itself. You're either in service to others and you unlock evil knowledge of how to make money and power and control people, or you're in service to others and you learn how to love and nurture and care for people, and you unlock that knowledge. And that knowledge will help you to ascend, so that when you do finally graduate at the end of the life that you're in, when you die, you won't have to come back again. You can go to the next life. So what does the Bible say about the Illuminati? The Bible doesn't say anything about the Illuminati. That word doesn't even exist in the Bible anywhere. They talk about the illuminated ones, those who are illuminated. Those are not the Illuminati that you know the Illuminati of. The Illuminati are a sect of people that are actually self-serving, that are trying to get you rich. If they try to recruit you, they'll tell you you could be rich if you join our little club, and then they'll help you get rich, but they control you. So they were the illuminated ones. It's not the Illuminati that you're thinking of. Illuminati meant those who are wise. It's like a guru or it's the same as a padre, a father, or a rabbi. All those mean teacher. They mean wise one. So the Illuminati, they're just the illuminated ones. Those were people who were knowledgeable, that learned what they were supposed to be learning to educate people to get off this rock. How do we know if we're meant to be good or evil? You know it in your soul. You know what you've already made the choice when you got here. If you're in service to others, you know that you are, because you care about people and you love people. If you're self-serving, you fucking know it. Okay. If you're a narcissist and all you think about is you and all you care about is you're self-serving, and you know you're self-serving. The people who are usually in service to others, they don't know the difference, because you don't know how people that are self-serving think, right? So you know what you've chosen to be. Whatever, look at your profession. Do you not give a shit about anybody but yourself? And who gives a crap if people all die and fuck them? I just need to get something. That's narcissism. That's self-serving. That's evil. If you're not that, you're actually already in service to others. You just don't know it, because the society and this place is distracting you from learning that. This place is trying to distract you. Your ego's trying to distract you. So do you know the Egyptian god Set? Yeah, the Egyptian god Set is the same. It's just another aspect. The different names of the different gods from the different religions were created by the people that were there to show an aspect of the same thing, right? So if you look at the god Set is the god of the underworld. That's the same as Tiamat. Tiamat the dragon was the evil god of the underworld. It's the hell, or Hela in the Viking pantheon is. You had Zeus, or Osiris was the god of the underworld. Those are all the same aspects of teaching you the difference between light and darkness, teaching you the difference between self-serving and being in service to others. So they're just names of the deities from these other places that represent those same things in the aspects of their spirituality in those worlds, in those places where the people lived, in those cultures that were there. That's why theologians will tell you that they're all the same. Religions are all the same. I'm a theologian. I have 4 minister titles. If you look at my bio, the religions are all the same. The story is the same. The deity figure and the caste system is set up differently depending on whether the culture is a male-dominated, masculine, warlike culture, or a female-dominated, warlike culture, or a dual aspect, god and goddess, mother and father culture, and even that, like the Viking culture. There's that part that you're trying to teach you is nothing but the aggression of the men being dominant, but there's the feminine is equal in that. And so you have this Celtic feminine nature portion of the Vikings in that religion that people are unaware of, because the male dominated religions that are on this earth now, like the Hebrew religion, the Christian religion, and the Muslim religion, were all based on the monotheistic, male dominated, there is only one God and it's a man, and then everything below that is a warlike culture that is masculine, and that is control, is what that religion is created for. Christianity wasn't supposed to be that way, no, but the Muslim religion is that way. The Hebrew religion is that way. Christianity's been turned into that, so it's now male dominated. There is only one God, in nomine Patri Filii Spiritus Sancti, and Jesus was raised up to be God, and then it's masculine, and the feminine is pushed away. Jesus's wife has been eradicated, and it's been just, she's a whore, and she's Mary, and she's not. She was supposed to run the church and finish the church, but Peter, who was gay and secretly loved Jesus, didn't want her to be in charge, so he took control of the church. And then he changed the laws and immediately said men can't get married. If they're married, they have to be married to God, and women can't be anything. So Mary left and went to France and started the church over there. Dan Brown wrote about that in the in the Da Vinci Code that became the movie. He based that on the books Mary and Her Knights, the Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and the Templar Knights. In one other book, I can't remember the name of it right now. I've read all of them, and he based them on what if those are true? If those are true, then the church would have to hunt down Jesus's descendants and murder them because they would have to keep their power. And that's why that book became so famous and the movie, because it's based in fact. And they have that scene in there where they tell you that if you look at the Hebrew religion, go and look at the Hebrew religion, especially at the time. So what skin color had Jesus? Jesus was what he actually was Hebrew looking, but he wasn't as dark as everybody thinks. He wasn't a European. The Europeans want to make him look European. He wasn't. He was of Middle Eastern descent. His mother was Middle Eastern, but he was lighter because Joseph wasn't his dad. So he was lighter. I watched the remote viewing thing where they channeled Zeus was ET. Was it ET? No, Zeus wasn't. He wasn't an alien. The ancient alien people, which are friends of mine, because I was in that whole culture, and I created Ancient Aliens Worldwide on Facebook, and they're all friends of mine, and they're all in there. But in 2017, half of us left because we started wanting to talk about spirituality, and the people like Giorgio Tsoukalos that wanted to still make money, they just stay in there and they just tour around and talk about that stuff. They want to tell you that every god in every religion was an alien. He wasn't an alien, but okay, hold on. Because if you're saying was he a physical alien that rode here in a spaceship? No, but 86% of all of you who are souls are not from here. You're aliens too. It's freaking you out. That'll freak you out. So that's why they're murdering Palestinians. Yeah, that's a religious war that's happening over territory. And they're trying to start the Third World War, my friend, by murdering the Palestinians. The evil people that actually think they own this earth are right now trying to get everybody in that region of the world to attack the Israelis and kill them, because that's part of the prophecy. And when the Third World War starts, Israel has to fall. So they're trying to use you guys as puppets. I don't know if you're Palestinian, but I'm saying the Palestinians and anyone who is in any way feels bad for them, because I feel bad for them and what they're doing to them. So what they're doing is they're persecuting the Palestinians, and they're just beating them badly because they want everyone in the Middle East to get angry and attack the Israelis. And they want the Israelis to fall, and that starts the Third World War, my friend. That's what they're trying to do. They need to shut everybody up. They need to get people to go back to sleep. So they need the Third World War to start so they can validate killing a quarter of the population or more. And so that's what they're trying to do. So the Palestinians are holding on with their life because some of them understand what's happening to them, and they're going to weather this and not allow them to start the Third World War and make them have peace. What was that? Put that last question back up, please, Brooke. I didn't get to see it. It disappeared on me. You had just popped one up, and I didn't see it. So the Palestinians, I feel very, very bad for the Palestinians. Do you remote view the crucifixion? I was there. They don't need to remote view it. I was there. I watched it. I was there. I'm not going to get involved in all of that, but I was there. Let me take my glasses off so you know I'm not lying to you. I was at the crucifixion. You can remote view it if you like. It's in the Akashic records, but I was there that day. Have you met I am that I am? You have. We all have. We have both met I am. You have met. All of us have. We are I am. So when Jesus was telling the rabbi, when he said, Jesus, you can't say these things, because if you do, I'll have to stone you, because it's the law of Moses. And he said, I am the law of Moses, because he is I am. He talked to God. He is God. You, my friend, we are all God. We are all I am. In fact, your DNA. Don't let that one disappear, and I'll get back to that one. Brooke, don't let that one disappear.